leadership and members of TOHASA, I will request the presidents of this association to stand up, including the one for Somalia, just for recognition. Thank you so much. They will have opportunity to introduce themselves. The members and the leadership and members of the association of a similar association from Tanzania, South Sudan, the team from Estonia, thank you so much for joining. The representative of the development partners here, our valued sponsors and exhibitors who have been recognized by the chairperson organizing, the rest of the occupational and health and safety professionals. Ladies and gentlemen, it's indeed a great honor and privilege for me on behalf of the Health and Safety Association of Uganda and also the chairperson for the regional planning team to warmly welcome you here for this important conference, the inaugural conference on the theme Building Resilience and Inclusive Workplace, also for formal and informal economies. I'm deeply honored for your presence and commitment that has brought us together. Your participation is a clear demonstration that occupational health and safety is not merely a professional responsibility or a regulatory requirement. It's a fundamental pillar of decent work, sustainable development, productivity, and human dignity. This conference has been organized by SAU, WASPAC, and TOHASA in partnership with the Ministry of Gender, Labor, and Social Development, particularly the Department of Occupational Health and Safety. And this partnership presents something very important: collaborations across the institutions, professions, and sectors to address the safety and health challenges facing our workplace today. And why we chose to come together and sit in a common room. The regional associations have been organizing separate conference, and yet our host challenges do not know the borders, and we felt it was necessary for us to come together in a room and sign a declaration, unify whatever we want to do across the region, because our host challenges are the same. They do not know the borders. Allow me to, at the very onset, to recognize and appreciate the Health and Safety Association of Uganda. Your presence demonstrates the strength of professional cooperation and our shared commitment to advancing us across Uganda and the wider region. I also wish to recognize the National Planning Committee, chaired by our very able Mr. Sisto, who has just been here. You did sacrifice to make this day. I commend every member who has contributed time, resource, expertise, and everything to make this gathering possible. We do appreciate your support. To our sponsors, we say thank you. Your support has made it possible for this conference to take place, and more importantly, demonstrate your recognition that investing in occupational safety and health is an investment in people, businesses, and communities. For our exhibitors, thank you for bringing your products. I will have time to walk through and look at the platform or the products you are displaying, and your exhibition provides an opportunity for participants to move beyond discussion and discover practical approaches that can be applied in our workplaces. And to the Ministry of Gender, Labor, and Social Development, we sincerely appreciate your partnership, leadership, and continued engagement in strengthening occupational health and safety. Why is this conference really very important? Africa, and particularly Uganda and the East African regions, millions of people earn their livelihood in both the formal and informal economies. While significant progress has been made in improving occupational health in the formal sector, we still have a major gap in the formal. Too often, most conversations mainly focus on formal workplaces, organizations with established structures, policies, systems, and compliance mechanism. But what about the market vendors? What about the border traders? What about the construction workers on a small informal site? What about the farmers, the domestic workers, the mechanics, the street traders, small-scale enterprise owners? Their lives and livelihoods also matter. Occupational health and safety must therefore become a reality for every worker, regardless of where you work, the size of their enterprise, the employment status, or the sector in which they operate. An injury, occupational disease, or fatality does not become less serious because it appears or occurs in a formal economy. This is why the conversation about a resilient and inclusive workplace is so important, and that is what our theme. A resilient workplace is not just one that responds well after an accident has happened. It is a workplace that anticipates risks, prevents harm, prepares for emergencies, learns from incidences, and continuously improves. Resilience means creating systems that can withhold and adapt to emerging challenges, including technological challenges, climate-related risks, new forms of work, economic pressure, pandemics, and evolving workplace hazards. But resilience cannot exist without prevention. Our objective must be to move from a culture of reacting to accidents to a culture of anticipating risks and preventing harm before it happens. Building inclusive workplace means equally important as the word sounds, inclusive. An inclusive system recognizes that workers do not experience workplace risks in the same way. We must consider the need of women and men, young workers, old workers, persons with disabilities, casual workers, informal workers, and other vulnerable groups. We must ask ourselves, are workplaces designed to protect everybody? Are our safety messages reaching the workers who need them most? Are our all systems accessible to small and informal enterprises? And and perhaps most importantly, how do we bridge the gap between OS policy and the everyday reality of workers? These are not just questions that one organization, one association, or one government minister can answer alone. They require partnership, innovation, professional collaboration, and collective action. As we begin our deliberation, I encourage all of us not to see this conference merely as another gathering of professionals. Let this be a platform for honest conversation, knowledge sharing, networking, and practical solution. Let us challenge the conventional way of thinking about us. Let us share what is working, acknowledge what is not working, and identify what we can do differently. Let us leave this conference with not just with photographs, certificates, and memories. We need to leave this conference with commitment. Commitment that will translate into strong OS systems. Commitment that will improve compliance without creating unnecessary barriers. Commitment that will extend all services and knowledge into the informal economy. Commitment that will strengthen collaboration among government, employers, workers, professional associations, academia, development partners, and the private sector. And lastly, a commitment that ultimately ensures that every worker goes home safe and healthy at the end of every day. I call for regional collaboration. As the chairperson of the Regional Planning Committee, I am particularly encouraged by the collaboration presented in this conference. The occupational health and safety challenges facing us do not stop at the national borders. They are increasingly regional and global in nature. We therefore need stronger professional network, shared knowledge, harmonized approaches where appropriate regional learning and stronger partnership across East Africa. Our associations have an important role to play, not only in advancing professional standards, but also in influencing policy, building capacity, promoting research, and ensuring that OS remains firmly on the development agenda. As I conclude, distinguished guests, today we have an opportunity to shape a future where safety and health is not a privilege reserved for the few, but a right and responsibility that extends to every worker. A future where formal and informal economies are both recognized within our own system. A future where prevention is valued over reaction. A future where businesses understand that safety is not a cost, but an investment. A future where workers are empowered to speak about hazards without fear. And a future where resilience, inclusion, and decent work are embedded in the way we build our economies. On behalf of the Health and Safety Association of Uganda, the WASPAC, Workplace Professional Association of Kenya, Tanzania, Occupational Safety and Health Association, and the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, and the entire organizing committee, I once again welcome you. Thank you for accepting our invitation. Thank you for investing your time and expertise. Thank you for the sponsors, the partners, exhibitors, and thank you all for the professionals and the stakeholders who continue to champion occupational safety and health. I wish all of you a fruitful deliberation, meaningful networking, new partnership, and practical outcomes that from this conference. With these few words, I am delighted to welcome you to this conference and really to declare our deliberation officially underway. Thank you very much, and I wish you a safe, productive, and inspiring conference for God and my beloved country, Uganda.
Comprehensive welcome note, and also thank you very much for reminding us that we must make a Nosh community. So just to ensure that all of us are aligned to the theme, we want all of us to repeat the theme together. I repeat, we would wish all of us to repeat the theme together. And we start. I have a cheat sheet.
What is really happening?
Yes, you have
the information is right there.
Yes.
It could even be on your table.
A strong one so that the video can get that all of us are here for a reason. And we start. Building resilient and inclusive workplaces, OSH for formal and informal sector. Now we repeat all of us.
Perfect.
You're very good people. Thank you very much, and thank you very much once again, Mr. Sunday, for welcoming us to Uganda and also hosting us. We don't take regional collaborations for granted because they take work for them to happen. And thank you also for being the president of that regional block. We are very, very excited about it. With that, we want to shift next to why then that regional partnerships mean so much, and we would like to hear brief opening addresses from the president or president representation of WASPAC Tohasa, and also from Somalia. And with that, may I take this honor to invite I want to ensure that all my honorable and distinguished speakers do not have the work of carrying this mic. So we would request all our speakers to utilize our podium speaker and microphone. So with that, allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to invite Mr. Gilbert Mariaka, Vice President, Workplace Safety Professional Associations of Kenya. Thank you very much for honoring the invitation and also being here. Thank you very much.
Good morning. Good morning. I don't know, is it working? Thank you very much. My name is Engineer Gilbert Mariaka. I'm the current Vice President of WASPAC. Our president was not able to come. I think he has traveled to India, and therefore I will take his position. As such, I want to appreciate all members who have come from Kenya. Please, can you stand up? The members who have come from Kenya, please. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Karibu, karibu.
Thank you very much. Distinguished guests, representatives from East Africa community, government officials, OSH professionals, industry leaders, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Workplace Safety Professionals, Health and Safety Association of Kenya, I'm honored to welcome you to this inaugural East African Community Occupational Safety and Health Conference 2026 here in Kenya. Do you know where it will be 2027? Do we know where is it 2027? We need to know it by tomorrow evening. This conference comes at a crucial time as we focus on the theme, building resilient and inclusive workplaces, urge for formal and informal economies. Across East Africa, millions of workers contribute to our economies, whether in organized industries or the formal or informal sector. Every worker deserves a safe, health, and dignified working environment. As we gather over the coming days, let us share knowledge, strengthen regional collaborations, and develop practical solutions that will enhance workplaces' resilience, protect vulnerable workers, and promote sustainable economies growth. As we are here also, we need to think of how do we come up with East African standards instead of us importing standards. It's very much possible we can be able to do that as East African community. I encourage all participants to engage actively, exchange experiences, and build partnerships that will advance the OSH agenda across the East African region. I wish you a fruitful deliberations and a successful conference. Thank you, and welcome to Uganda, the Pearl of Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gilbert. And with that, you know, in our Kenyan parliament, they don't use hands. They don't clap with the hands. So we want to change to that. Who knows how it happens? Who knows? You know, you don't give government work. So I'll shift to another table. Who knows how we do it?
Yes, in Parliament, we normally use our feet. So as a form of, let me just, can I? Will it, let's see. Yes, that's how we do our process in Parliament. Thank you.
And those with heels, please stamp carefully.
Thank you very much. Then let's stamp our feet for Gilbert for that keynote speech. Lovely.
I don't hear the sharp sounds of the heels. Can I hear the ladies stamp? Yeah, I expected that. No sound.
And now it's my pleasure to invite the president and also a representative of women population, Madam Caroline.
Welcome to Uganda.
Wow. Good morning. It feels so good to be here. And this is new title that I was given, the women representative. I think we we must have a women chapter for East Africa. What do you think, guys? Huh? Okay, so let me start. I hope I will pronounce it well. I want to feel the Ugandan test. Mwasuze mutia, basebo, neba, nyabo.
Twasuze bulungi.
Is it nice?
Very nice. Well done, well done.
Okay, so habari gani East Africa? Habari gani Afrika Mashariki? Are we all energized? I don't feel the vibe. Okay, so a very good morning to you all. All protocol is observed as previously introduced. My name is Caroline Baraza. I'm TOHASA president from Tanzania, and I am very happy and honored to be here today with you all. I am not alone. I am with my fellow Tanzanians, and I would like to take this opportunity to let you guys stand and let's wave our hands to the East Africa. Let East Africa see us.
Tanzania in the house.
Yes, you see us, guys?
Oh,
We are
it's a
very
whole
happy
group.
to be here. So imagine when I arrived at the airport, I was like, I really want to test Ugandan food because I remembered last year when we were here, the food was so good. So what I have done, I didn't even go and pack my bags. I went straight to a restaurant, and I ordered, I wanted to do matoke, but it was very unfortunate. They had a food which almost had my name. It was called Carlo. And I was like, okay, I'm having that. Because I was like, okay, let me have my own food name so I can feel at home. So it was very delicious. And I'm always happy to be here in Uganda. It always feels like home. I love you, Ugandans, and you know.
We love you too.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, the reason why we are here today. I remember I came here yesterday as well, before all this came to this beautiful shape. And I was seated at the back, and I remember thinking of like years back, on 23rd February 2023, when we were in Tanzania, and we were with previous president of WASPAC, Mr. Ongesa, previous SHAU president, Mr. Edgar, and we were also with other colleagues who are here, Jonathan, Mariaka, Rachel, and this came as an idea, like guys, because before we were moving around, if the conference is happening in Kenya, we were like, okay, guys, we need to support our partner association. Then if it happens in Uganda, we say, okay, then we need to move and support our partner association in Uganda. And if it's happening in Tanzania, again, we move around. But that day, it was our third move from our first conference in Uganda, and then in Kenya, and then it was in Tanzania. Then we were like, guys, why not having our own one conference where now all OSH practitioners will meet and discuss. So it was like maybe 20 people who were there, but now look at this, how big it is, the East African community here together. And I would like to congratulate SHAU and the current president for taking this up. Because when they came in and we shared the idea and we were still thinking, when can we do this? Maybe 2027, maybe we are not ready, maybe we are ready. But Sunday, it was so bold. He said, no, we are doing it. And to make it very bold, he said, we are starting in Uganda. So congratulations, Mr. Sunday. And we really see your boldness. It's here. It's very clear. Thank you so much. And congratulations to the organizing committee. When I came in the morning, I was so amazed. I was like, wow, this is beautiful. It is perfect. Now we can sit. The environment is good for discussions. The systems, the mics, everything is perfectly done. So we can have our discussion in peace. We can talk. We can share our ideas. We can have our takeaways. And then we can see way forward and where we are going about it. So I don't want to repeat why this is important, because Shao President has mentioned it all. But I just want to pick maybe 2 or 1 point which I would like to make more emphasis on. We East African experts or professionals, we need to come up with solutions to address common issues. Because when we talk of these issues which are happening in informal sectors and formal sectors, it's all the same. If you look at Tanzania, if you look at Kenya, Uganda, Rwanda, Burundi, if you look at all countries across the regions, our issues, they are similar. So while we are here, we need to come up with solutions that will address our common issues across the regions. When you talk of building collapse, when you talk of border accidents, when you talk manufacturing industry accidents, and all other workplaces accidents, they're almost similar. If you explain, if you ask your colleague there, they'll tell you something which will look familiar with what happens in your own country. So in conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, we need all hands on deck. The government of East Africa community, employers, employees, OSH professionals, and all other stakeholders to ensure that safe workplaces, which is fundamental human right, as declared under ILO, is observed and protected. Thank you very much, team, for listening to me. And let's enjoy our time here. Let's make meaningful connections. Talk to people that you don't know. Take their contact. Let's exchange ideas, let's learn. But don't forget to eat, to drink, take note, and as well take a takeaway, because only if we are together, then we are able to do this. Thank you so much. Asanteni sana.
Thank you very much, Madam Caroline. We want you to stand there, because this one, I'll lead it. We want to give her flowers. Huh? So can we get them where they are? Flowers. Pink ones, yellow ones, white ones, yellow ones. Let's give her flowers. Thank you very, very much, Madam Caroline. And it's now my honor to invite Dr. Omar from
Give it up for Somalia.
we must clap. He has come from far.
Hello, good morning, everyone. I am very happy to stay this conference and Kampala the first time. I am occupational health specialist and I'm the president of Occupational Safety and Health Association of Somalia. The Occupational Safety and Health Professional Association of Somalia was established 1 year ago, and now it's a member of 18 members.
Well done, well done. That deserves a round of applause. It's a start in Somalia.
I am very important to address the challenges of Somalia because I will need to aware the participants the challenges of occupational safety of occupational safety and health in Somalia. So I need to address some challenges of occupational safety in Somalia. Somalia, they are facing challenges for occupational safety and health that we need to address as East African community Number one, weak enforcement for occupational safety and health. That's the big challenges for Somalia occupational safety and health. Number two, we have limited awareness, OSH awareness. And number three, the challenges for occupational safety and health in Somalia facing is informal employment. A lot of informal employment, a large proportion of workers are informal employment. Limited, number four, the challenges facing Somalia is limited institutional capacity. Now we have only 18 members for occupational safety and health, and no over the institution that cover the master degree or bachelor degree or PhD program, not available now in Somalia. So for me, I am graduated in occupational safety and health in Thailand for master degree and PhD in occupational safety and health in Thailand. So number five, we need to address the challenges of Somalia. Insufficient inspections. There is no available inspection in Somalia. That we need to some challenges that facing my country. So the very important challenges that we are facing is the OSHA data and research. There is no available data or statistics research in Somalia now. So SWASHPA, we are very interested to make it a lot of research, especially for occupational safety and health. So also the last one, we are limited weak reporting system. We don't have a reporting system. That's one of the challenges facing. So now I am the Minister of Labor, advisor of Minister of Labor and Social Affairs of Somalia. So we make it now a national OSH policy for Somalia, the first time for national OSH policy in Somalia. Let's address my message. Distinguished guests, association leaders, fellow occupational safety and health professionals, colleagues, leaders, and gentlemen, it's great to honor and privilege to present the Somali Workplace Safety and Health Association SWASHPA at this conference here in Kampala, the first time. First and foremost, I would like to express my appreciation occupational safety and health associations of East Africa like Uganda, Tanzania, and Kenya for commitment and effort to organizing the important conference. I would like to extend special thanks for SHAW and the president of SHAW for this conference in Kampala, for bringing together OSHA professionals, institutionals, and stakeholders from across East Africa region. This conference is an important milestone for occupational safety and health in our region, especially in Somalia. We gain a lot of knowledge, exchange experience, discussing challenges, and identify practical solutions. As SWASHPA, we believe occupational safety and health is not only a professional component of its responsibility, but it's a fundamental component of sustainable development of East African community. Every worker deserves a safe and healthy working environment and their opportunity to return home safe and healthy families at the end. Somalia Workplace Safety and Health Professional Association established 1 year ago and currently has 18 members comprising occupational safety and health, and we are working closely with tripartite partner government, employers, and workers to promote stringent and occupational safety and health in Somalia. Finally, I would like together let us build a safer workplace, healthy workers, and a strong East African. Thank you very much for everyone, and especially I want to send hands for media, for national TV media that reporting this conference. For 2 persons stay here. For media journalism, wake up. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, Doctor. And well done in Somalia. It only takes one to start. and you're 18, I think you're very, very good to go. That's a very, very great start. Give it up for Somalia again and for starting up the association that soon will officially join the other 3 associations. And as well as we are looking forward to our neighbors down here in Rwanda as well coming up with the association. We were there back in June, and they're also boiling up something that will be able to join these associations and make them much stronger within the region. So well done, Somalia. 18 is a very good number, and probably the next conference you'll be telling us that you tripled it, and I believe that you will. So we are going on to the next session, and this one is right before our break tea. I have seen some of us have already folded the faces, so we want to put some sugars on the faces to put a smile on you. So please allow me to welcome Miss Eve Katshabe, our Commissioner, Occupational Health and Safety. Under the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development. Miss Eve is a renowned engineer who has really so much contributed to the safety of the building and the workforce within Uganda's built economy. And she is also serving so dearly with the private sector, ensuring that private and public partnerships on occupational health and safety are a success. Ms. Eve, we are very honored to have you here, and it's a pleasure to welcome you to this podium.
Thank you so much for that very interesting introduction. I almost didn't recognize whom you were introducing. Our chief guest in absentia, Honorable Henry Tumukunde, the Minister for Gender, Labor and Social Development, the Director and Commissioners from Occupational Safety and Health departments or institutions of Kenya, Tanzania, and across East African community, the presidents of the safety and health associations across the region, our distinguished sponsors, exhibitors, partners, safety and health practitioners in the room, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning and a warm welcome to Kampala. On behalf of the Department of Occupational Safety and Health in Uganda, it is my distinct honor to welcome you, our regional peers and partners and safety practitioners. I stand here in 2 capacities: as Commissioner for the Department of Occupational Safety and Health, as well as representing the Permanent Secretary for the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, Mr. Agre David Chibenge. Seeing you, our brothers and sisters, associations from Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, and Somalia, and all the other East African community countries, it gives me great joy, and it serves as an indicator of our region's commitment and readiness to work together in promoting safety and health in East Africa. First of all, again in absentia, I would like to appreciate our guest of honor, Honorable Tumukunde, for sparing time out of his busy schedule, not just to grace this occasion, but also to support us through all that we have been doing in terms of preparing for this important event. I'm requesting that even in his absence, we give him a hand clap of appreciation. Next, I would like to appreciate the organizing committee that has put this together. I know it has been an uphill task of many months of planning, meeting, and putting things together and reaching out to sponsors. So members of the committee from both the private sector and representatives of government of Uganda, we thank you very much, and we appreciate all that you have done to enable us to be able to enjoy this today and tomorrow. We deeply appreciate our sponsors who have given us support, financial and otherwise, towards this very just cause. You are the reason why this event is as colorful as it looks, and we know that it's going to be fruitful. I would like to thank the exhibitors also for sparing their resources and choosing to share with us what they are doing in their different workplaces in terms of promoting occupational safety and health. Finally, I would like to thank the participants, especially those from Uganda, who chose to make time, to put aside the necessary resources, to make sure that they are in the room for this event. Your presence is also not taken for granted. Thank you. The agenda for this two-day conference is rich, as you have seen from the program. I will not go through it, but I urge us all to be expectant, to sit tight and prepare to glean from the knowledge and experience that is going to be shared in this room by our experts and the presenters. As a regulator, the Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development, and in particular the Department of Occupational Safety and Health, we have one ultimate goal, and that is the Vision Zero. A world where we have zero work-related fatalities and work-related diseases and any kind of harm arising out of work. Of course, reaching this goal will require strong partnerships between government and the private sector and the professionals. So we see this conference as one of those building blocks towards that vision. The president of the Safety and Health Association of Uganda has painted a clear picture of the challenges that we face as a country and as a region in terms of occupational safety and health, and the importance of having the systems to address these challenges. Listening to our colleague from Somalia, it was so interesting because the challenges that he listed, much as their department or their institution is young and fairly new, the challenges that were listed were quite similar to the challenges that we face as a country here in Uganda. So I am expectant that through these partnerships we shall be able to synergize and find solutions to those common challenges across the region. As we have heard from the previous speakers, and we will hear through this two-day event, occupational safety and health is a fundamental right, and all of us have a part to play in making this right a reality for every worker. I welcome us to use this experience, this opportunity of these 2 days, to exchange experiences with colleagues, whether at the table or during the breaks. Let's learn from each other, not just through the presentations, but the interactions that we shall have during these 2 days. I know this conference is going to help us to work towards a more fruitful and productive future for each and every one of us. And as I conclude, I would like to welcome you once again to Uganda and to request that you make time, even beyond the conference time, to move around the city, acquaint yourselves with what Uganda has to offer. I am told, I've not experienced it, that the night economy is more vibrant than the daytime economy. So you may want to test what Uganda has to offer in the night time. Of course, you should exercise caution as you move around, the kind of caution that you would still exercise when you're back home. With those remarks, I would like to thank you so much once again for the opportunity and welcome you to Uganda, for God and my country.
All right, thank you, thank you.
Thank you very much. Like I've said, you don't clap for government like that. Yes, allow us to appreciate Madam Eve, and we will do it with tapping on top of our tables.
Yeah.
Right?
All right, great one. And
now, that was practicing.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, now we do it properly, all of us together.
Miss Lucy, allow me to again appreciate our commissioner, and also we give another round of applause for her amazing dress and sense of passion. In Eacosh, we don't just, come in PPE and gumboots, but we also have a taste in fashion. That's a great dress, Eacosh, and we appreciate your presence and support in the private sector.
Thank you very much, Madam Eve. And we don't take it for granted, because one of the things we come to appreciate is that policy leadership gives professional commitment, the authority and direction that creates lasting change. So when the government is together with professionals, the direction is very much clear. And thank you also for outlining Uganda's priorities and also the opportunities for the regional collaborations, and we are very, very grateful. And without further ado, I would want to welcome, now that Uganda DOSH has opened for us, we would like to welcome DOSH Kenya. And with us is Mr. Justus Nyakego. Yes, he has such a huge profile, so allow me to read. He's Director of Occupational Safety Health in the Directorate of Occupational Safety and Health Services in Kenya, serving as Head of Prosecution and Compliance. He's a holder of a degree and also Masters in OSH. He has a huge, expansive experience when it comes to OSH administration, and he has also served for a cool 35. How many people here are below that? Thank you very much. And he's also a member of Kenya Occupational Health Safety Association. And he's a proud father and husband. Thank you very much, and over to you, Mr. Nyakego, and thank you very much for coming all the way and representing the Kenyans and the government. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that elaborative introduction. I didn't anticipate that I would be introduced that much, but thank you very much for that. Allow me to ride on the protocols that have been already established. The government representatives from the various governments of East African community. I'm here to represent the Secretary, Occupational Safety and Health, Kenya, who was engaged in other equally important assignments elsewhere and was unable to come. And on behalf of the Ministry of Labor and Social Protection, Kenya, and also the Directorate of Occupational Safety and Health Services, Kenya, I wish to say that I'm not alone. We came from that ministry and department, 3 officials. If you may just stand and wave to the crowd. 1 hour early is one of the deputy directors, and engineer Edmund with me in this forum. I was given a very lengthy speech, which is almost as long as my introduction. I would rather not read the entire speech, but I will just give a brief of what the content is. The speech was by our Secretary, Occupational Safety and Health Services, Kenya. Honorable Minister, Gender, Labor and Social Development in absentia, the representative of Permanent Secretary, Minister of Gender, Labor and Social Development, Uganda, government representatives from the member states, leaders of the East African community, employers and workers representatives, professionals, the academia, esteemed delegates, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It gives us great honor and pleasure for us to be among you in the inaugural East African Community Occupational Safety and Health Conference 2026 here in Kampala. And first, I wish to thank the organizers and partners for this very noble gesture of bringing us together to deliberate on a subject that is fundamentally key and to the future of our region. I cannot fail to particularly commend the Safety and Health Association of Uganda, the WASPAC, Kenya, Tanzanian Occupational Health and Safety Association for the job well done. The choice of the conference theme, Building Resilient and Inclusive Workplaces, Eacosh, Formal and Informal Economies, was very thoughtful. To the organizers and partners, thank you once again. We are all aware that the International Labour Conference 2022 recognized safety and health as a fundamental principle and right at work, placing Eacosh alongside other fundamental rights and principles. The ILO also designated Convention 155 and Convention 187 as fundamental conventions. It therefore follows that the safety and health at work is not a privilege, it is a right. Occupational safety and health should not be treated merely as a compliance issue in our communities. It should be more fundamental than compliance. It is important, yes, to comply, but again, we must go beyond that to ensure the workers are protected and adequately for that matter. We are cognizant of the new remarkable entrant in the world of work, the digital economy. The East African community has not been left behind. It has now become a norm that many workspaces in our countries, workers execute work activities online, virtually from home, by way of distant work, through digital platforms, and of course artificial intelligence goes alongside this technology. Telecommunicating, teleworking, or remote work, online jobs, hot desking, at-home jobs, virtual teamwork, and distributed teamwork, dispersed virtual teamwork, are turning to be the order of the day. These emerging trends have come without their share of impacts. We must come together as a united community and be in the forefront in ensuring that emerging issues in this world of work are adequately addressed. We must come up with legal instruments, adequate policies, guidelines, laws, and regulations, and that must be done together. In Kenya, we have gone that way, and we are operating in a system, in a digital system, in all our operations, including inspections and every other activity that is undertaken under the occupational safety and health. But then that environment has got its own hazards, and we must come together, and this is the right forum for us to address issues that relate to the digital world. Across East Africa, millions of people work in small enterprises. Those are small entrepreneurs, agriculture, construction, transport, domestic work, markets, waste management, and so on. In Kenya, 80% of our workers are those ones of informal economy. They produce food, they transport people, goods, they repair our vehicles, machines, and so on. These enterprises operate with limited access to occupational safety and health, training, protective equipment, and social protection. This morning, when I was coming to this hotel, yesterday we were told that there are very many borders in Uganda. I didn't believe it because we arrived at night, and there were a few. This morning, I did. I could not imagine. That is one of the greatest events that I've seen. There were so many, and even movement is a problem. And all those activities require safety police, safety laws, and safety services. And we must come in as a community. Kenya is the same, but then not to this scale. This one was on the higher side. The East African community gives us an extraordinary opportunity. Increasingly, businesses operate across the region. Our OSH response must also become more regional. Let us share data. We can learn from one another, strengthen professional capacity, share good practices, develop common competencies, collaborate on emerging risks, and even harmonize approaches where appropriate. This is an opportunity to develop and implement a common approach. As I conclude, it is my appeal to the employers to make safety a core business value, give safety professionals the authority and resource they need, invest in prevention, listen to workers, and avoid exposing people and workers to unacceptable risks. To the workers, worker organizations continue to speak up, actively participate in safety programs, report hazards, support culture of prevention, and enjoy fundamental rights to a safe and healthy working environment. To the professionals, that's ourselves, development partners, academia, and civil society, let us become agents of transformation, understand business technology, people, mentor young professionals, bring research closer to practice, reach informal workers, and use data to help us generate evidence, support innovation, invest in capacity building. And to the East African community governments, to strengthen national OSH systems, invest in inspection and occupational safety and health capacities, strengthen social protection, support informal workers, promote harmonization and regional cooperation, and ensure that OSH is integrated into national development, employment, health, education, infrastructure, and climate policies. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, let us build systems where safety is universal, prevention is normal, inclusion is deliberate, leadership is accountable, and every worker matters. ILO has made it clear, and safety and health is a fundamental principle and right at work. And together, let us build a safer, healthier, and more prosperous East Africa with resilient and inclusive workplaces and safer economies. God bless East Africa. God bless East African community. Thank you very much. Asanteni sana. Webale nyo.
All right, round of applause. And we said for government, we are going to, hit on the tables. Yeah? So, on 1, 2, 3, let's. All right, thank you very much, Mr. Justice, for the information and for the well-learned knowledge that you've shared with us. One of the key things that Mr. Justice has highlighted is data-driven information. And I guarantee you that's one of the things that we really need to focus on so that we can know exactly where we are in regards to occupational health and safety, what industry is mostly affected and by what. And that's where AIM Corporate Wellbeing comes in so handy, where we're actually focusing on this data-driven information, sensitization, and being able to tell that in this region, we have these and these issues that are affecting workers. They are caused by this in this industry, so that we can be able to cut off all these barriers and hazards one by one, industry by industry, sector by sector. So I saw some of you had already gotten peace that I excited you over break, but now here we are. It's time for break tea. It's time to put some sugar. It's time to put some smile again. So as we go off for break, I would like us to know each other more, get to know what we do, where we work, how we can support each other, with the neighbors, with someone on the next table. And let's introduce ourselves and put our best foot forward. We are here to socialize, know each other, and learn from each other. Thank you very much.
vision.
fact that we
You
started
felt the
at
scale of what's
8.
coming. Kawalega
So
Petro.
break, we're going to give it 20, at most 30. So let's sip on that tea and get ourselves re-energized, have that coffee, and let's get back and listen into Vision Zero, where we are focusing on zero harm in workspaces in Africa. And then we go on and listen to our main sponsors and also our very own Minister for Gender, Labor and Social Development. So let's get energized, because the next one that is coming is on a global level, is on a government level. There's so much to get, so much to learn from, so much to see opportunity where to join in. Please go and enjoy your breakfast. Let's break off.
You've seen the vision. You felt the scale of what's coming. Kawalega Petro-based Industrial Park is open for business, and your expression of interest will be your first step in. Before the window opens, get ready. Visit the KIP Investor Portal at kip.uno.com and download your free expression of interest investor guide with everything you need to prepare in one place. Your company documentation, your project details, your track record, your commitment to Uganda, all laid out step by step. Have a question before you begin? Reach our investor relations team at support.kip@uno.com for any support. Invest in KIP, invest in Uganda. Kawalega Petro-based Industrial Park, a project by the Uganda National Oil Company, UNO. You've seen the vision. You felt the scale of what's coming. Kawalega.
Yes, we have created unforgettable moments of glitz, glamour, and professionalism. We have ignited change, bettered game-changing solutions, and celebrated excellence in health, safety, sustainability, and environmental landscape. And now, Amnesty is back, bigger than ever.
You've seen the vision. You felt the scale of what's coming. Kawalega Petro-based Industrial Park is open for business, and your expression of interest will be your first step in. Before the window opens, get ready. Visit the KIP Investor Portal at kip.uno.com and download your free expression of interest investor guide with everything you need to prepare in one place. Your company documentation, your project details, your track record, your commitment to Uganda, all laid out step by step. Have a question before you begin? Reach our investor relations team at support.kip@uno.com for any support. Invest in KIP, invest in Uganda. Kawalega Petro-based Industrial Park, a project by the Uganda National Oil Company, UNO.
For the years, we have created unforgettable moments of glitz, glamour, and professionalism. We have
So much discussions to have, but we shall have them after the event or on another break time. So let's take our seats, please. We're about to set off. We shall have time for the stalls. We shall have time to check on each and every sponsor. Let's take that walk to our seats as we conclude our small chat, small talk. Let's get seated. As we get seated, we have more health and safety events coming up this year in Uganda and also in Ghana. So as you have come through for this one, it will be an honor to also have you Eacosh Golf Tournament and also at the Africa Safety Congress 2026 in Ghana, Accra. And And we appreciate that occupational health and safety is being discussed in each and every region, considering each and every country for best awareness, visibility, and sensitization. Let's take our seats, let's take our seats. If you're still having your cup of coffee, you can come in with it. You can come in with that cup of coffee. So as we get seated, we shall be looking forward to listening in to Vision Zero. The vision that is focusing on less or no harm at workplaces in Africa. Represented by none other than Alex Kakuku, who is already in the building. So let's have our seats, please. We shall check out the stalls later. The time is not on our side. Let's take our seats, let's take our seats. Please, let's take our seats and get ready for Vision Zero.
And professionalism. We have ignited change.
You've seen the vision, you felt the scale of what's coming. Kawalega Petrol-based Industrial Park is open for business, and your expression of interest will be your first step. You've seen the vision, you felt the scale of what's coming. Kawalega Petrol-based Industrial Park is open for business, and your expression of interest will be your first step in. Before the window opens, get ready. Visit the KIP Investor Portal at kip.unoc.com and download your free Expression of Interest Investor Guide with everything you need to prepare in one place. Your company documentation, your project details, your track record, your commitment to Uganda, all laid out step by step. Have a question before you begin? Reach our investor relations team at support.kip@unoc.com for any support. Invest in KIP, invest in Uganda. Kawalega Petrol-based Industrial Park, a project by the Uganda National Oil Company, UNOC.
Over the years, we have created unforgettable moments of glitz, glamour, and professionalism. We have ignited change, birthed game-changing solutions, and celebrated excellence in health, safety, sustainability, and environmental landscape. And now, AfriScape is back, bigger than ever.
Hello, colleagues from the East African Community Occupational Safety and Health Conference. My name is Mariam.
believe most of us have taken the seats. And just for is not for design, it's for inclusiveness. So as we come to the after break, I see a lot of laughter, I see a lot of chatting. So I think the caffeine has worked. I think the coffee has really kicked in. So let's get ready for Vision Zero and the Africa Vice Chairperson, who is none other than Alex Kakuku, our very own Ugandan, and a very, very pronounced and very experienced occupational health and safety, who also manages to sit at the board for the Uganda Chambers of Energy and Mines here in Uganda. Mr. Alex, we are honored to have you here today as you represent Vision Zero, and we would like you to send our regards to our chairperson and our ambassador, Ms. Kajina, Alan Kajina, who is our ambassador for Vision Zero Uganda. And we are blessed to have you here. Alex, please come and take the stage and take us through the Vision Zero and what it has for East Africa. You can use...
As he's taking the podium, as he adjusts the mic, we want to also appreciate his 18 years of experience. He has worked across a number of sectors, that is energy, telecoms, oil and gas, manufacturing sectors. Maybe I should be inviting him to health. Looks like it is the only missing sector here. And as said, he is also the executive member of Africa Vision Zero and also certified NEMA practitioner, specializing in guiding regulators and industry experts and executives towards building safer, more resilient, and inclusive workplaces. Ladies and gentlemen, we take this honor to listen to Alex Kakuku. Over to you.
Thank you, directors of ceremonies. A very good morning to you, ladies and gentlemen. I want to begin with a short but very important correction. I am not the vice president of the Africa Vision Zero Network, but I'm an executive member.
Thanks for the correction.
I bring you greetings from the president of the Africa Vision Zero Network, Dr. Elizabeth Lungu Nkumbula, who couldn't make it for this inaugural conference in person because of conflicting duties back home in Zambia. But in me is an able representative who will be delivering her keynote address to you, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. The President's keynote address focuses on operationalizing Vision Zero for resilient and inclusive workplaces in Africa. So I want to recognize our chief guest in absentia, the Honorable Retired Brigadier General Henry Tomukunde, the Director Occupational Safety and Health for Uganda, the Director Occupational Safety and Health for Kenya, representatives of government in Uganda, distinguished representatives of the East African community, representatives of employees, workers, and workers' organizations, colleagues from the formal and informal economies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. A good afternoon once again. It's a great honor to address this historic inaugural East Africa Community Occupational Safety and Health Conference on behalf of the Africa Vision Zero Network. I sincerely thank our partner, the Safety and Health Association of Uganda, and its partners for bringing us together at a time when the question of how we protect workers has never been more important. The theme for this conference before us is both timely and urgent. Building resilient and inclusive workplaces, OSH, for formal and informal economies. We need to recognize that behind these words is a much deeper question. What kind of Africa do we want to build? Do we want an Africa where economic growth is measured only by production, investment, and infrastructure? Or do we want an Africa where economic progress is also measured by how well we protect the people who make the progress possible? I believe the answer is clear. Development must never come at the cost of human life and dignity. And that is why we are here. Vision Zero, which is a commitment to life. Vision Zero is not simply a slogan. It is not a poster on a workplace wall. Neither is it another program to be added to an already long list of organizational initiatives. Vision Zero is a commitment to life, which begins with a simple but profound belief that preventable harm must not be accepted as inevitable. Behind every occupational accident is a human being. Behind every injury is a family, and behind every work-related illness is a life affected. And behind every fatality, sadly, is a community that may never be the same again. So when we talk about Vision Zero and zero harm, we are not talking about statistics. We are talking about people. That is why prevention matters. The question we must ask: the conference theme challenges us to think beyond the traditional boundaries of occupational safety and health. It asks us, how do we ensure that every worker, wherever they work, whatever the employment arrangement, and whatever sector they belong to, has the opportunity to work safely and return home healthy at the end of the day? The answer cannot be because they work in the informal sector, they are outside our system. No. It cannot be because they're a contractor. Someone else is responsible. And it cannot be that is simply the nature of their job. No risk should become acceptable merely because it has become familiar. This must become one of the strongest commitments. We must leave no worker behind. Africa's workplaces are diverse. We have sophisticated industries and small enterprises. We have formal factories alongside informal workshops. We have large construction projects like the Eacosh alongside individual artisans. We also have corporate offices alongside markets, farms, transport operations, and countless forms of work. The realities are different, but one thing is the same. Every worker is entitled to protection. The informal economy presents one of our greatest OSH challenges. Many informal workers have limited access to safety training, occupational health services, appropriate protective equipment, social protection, and effective reporting mechanisms. But we must not simply view the informal economy through the lens of what it is missing. We must also see its potential. The answer is to develop solutions that are practical, affordable, accessible, inclusive, and most importantly, solutions that are developed with workers, not merely for workers. Because workers do understand their workplaces. They know the hazards, they know the pressures, and they often know the solutions. Let us therefore make workers partners in prevention. Resilience, preparing for the future. The theme also calls upon us to build resilient workplaces. A resilient workplace is not simply one that reacts well when something goes wrong. It is one that anticipates risk. It prepares, it adapts, it learns, and it responds. The world of work is changing rapidly. Technology is transforming workplaces. Climate-related risks are changing working conditions. New forms of employment are emerging and organizations are facing pressures. Therefore, our OSH systems must evolve with the world of work. We must continually ask, what could go wrong? How can we prevent it? What have we learned? And what must we do differently tomorrow? That is resilience. Call to action now. From commitment to action, the greatest danger facing Vision Zero is not disagreement with its principles. It is inaction. Many organizations have excellent safety policies. Many have safety committees, and many have procedures, training programs, and risk assessments. But the real test is what happens when production pressures increase. What happens when a deadline is missed? What happens when a worker raises a safety concern? What happens when following the safe procedure takes longer? That is where the safety culture is tested. Therefore, if we are serious about operationalizing Vision Zero, I propose 5 priorities. 1 is leadership. Safety must begin at the top. And what leaders prioritize becomes culture as well. 2, prevention. We must move from investigating harm to preventing harm. Risk assessments should not be a compliance exercise. It must be a living process that identifies hazards and ensures that effective controls are actually implemented. The best accident investigation is the accident we successfully prevented. Number 3, worker participation. Workers must have a voice. They must feel safe to report hazards. They must be encouraged to speak up. They must participate in safety discussions and risk assessments. A worker who reports a hazard is not creating a problem. They are helping us prevent one. Innovation. We must embrace technology and innovation, but intelligently. Technology should help us identify risks, communicate hazards, train workers, improve reporting and strengthen decision making, but technology should never become an end in itself. We must ask, does this innovation make me work safer? If the answer is yes, let's embrace it. But if not, let us not confuse technology with progress. Data, learning, and accountability. We need better OSH data across Africa. Our colleague, the president from Somalia, did allude to the fact that they are faced with challenges with data. It's not only a Somalia problem. If you've had opportunities to attend global and regional conferences, this is a song that is echoed all over as a challenge that Africa is still being faced with. We need better OSH data across Africa, but collecting data is not enough. We must use it to understand risks, identify trends, target interventions, and measure improvement. We must move from data simply translating into reports to having data translate into knowledge, to action, leading us to prevention. And where risks are known, accountability must follow. Inclusion is not optional. An inclusive workplace is one where safety is designed for everyone. We must ask ourselves, who is missing from our safety conversations? Are informal workers included? Are young workers adequately protected? Are women represented in safety leadership? Are persons with disabilities properly considered? Are vulnerable and migrant workers protected? Are contractors and subcontractors included? If the answer is no, then our OSH system is not yet truly inclusive. Inclusion is not an addition to safety. It's rather part of safety. Africa must own its Vision Zero journey. Africa must learn from global experience, but we must also develop solutions that are reflecting African realities. Our economies are diverse. Our informal sector is significant. Our resources and capacities vary. Our challenges are different. But Africa also has something powerful: innovation, resilience, community, and non-extraordinary capacity to solve problems in difficult circumstances. We should harness this strength. We need stronger cooperation among governments, employers, workers, the tripartite partners, professional bodies, the academia. I'm glad we have Victoria University in the room, civil society, and regional institutions. And the African community is uniquely positioned to provide a platform for this collaboration. This inaugural conference can therefore become more than an event. It can become a movement that strengthens prevention, a movement that shares knowledge, a movement that brings formal and informal workers into the OSH conversation, and a movement that places human life at the center of development. The role of the Africa Vision Zero Network. The Africa Vision Zero Network remains committed to supporting the growth of a strong prevention culture across our continent. We believe that Vision Zero should not belong to one organization. It should not belong to one country. It should not belong to one profession. Vision Zero belongs to all of us. Governments have a role. Employers have a role. Workers alike have a role. So do professional associations, training institutions, and the communities within which we live. Our greatest strength will be our ability to work together. I want to leave us with a challenge to this conference. Distinguished guests, when this conference ends, I hope we will not simply say, that was an excellent conference. I hope we will ask ourselves, what are we going to deliberately do differently because we came here? Let every organization represented here identify one practical safety improvement it will implement. Let every country identify one way to strengthen protection for informal workers. Let every employer examine whether its leadership truly puts safety into practice. Let every safety professional ask whether workers are genuinely being heard. And let us strengthen regional collaboration so that East Africa can demonstrate what a truly preventive OSH culture can look like. Our collective promise, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to make a simple promise. We will not accept preventable harm as inevitable. We will not allow informal workers to remain invisible. We will not allow safety to become secondary to production. We will not remain silent when we see preventable risks. What shall we do then? We will listen to workers. We will learn from incidents. We will strengthen prevention, and we will continue working together. Because at the heart of Vision Zero is one simple idea, that every worker matters. Distinguished guests, Vision Zero is ultimately a choice. A choice to prevent rather than react. A choice to learn rather than blame. A choice to include rather than exclude. A choice to protect rather than compromise. It is a choice to put people at the center of development. So, let us move from awareness to action, from reaction to prevention, from policies to practice, from commitment to implementation, from isolated efforts to regional collaboration, and ultimately from Vision Zero as an aspiration to Vision Zero as a way of working. Let us build workplaces where safety is not something we remember after an accident. Let us build workplaces where prevention is part of every decision, every day. Let us build an East Africa where no worker is invisible. Let us build an Africa where economic progress and worker protection advance together. And let us remember, there is no sustainable development without safe and healthy work. There is no resilient workplace without prevention. There is no inclusive workplace if some workers are left behind. And above all, no preventable harm should ever be accepted as the price of making a living. On behalf of the Africa Vision Zero Network, I want to congratulate the Safety and Health Association of Uganda and all its partners, WASPAC, TOHASA, for convening this historic inaugural East African Community OSH Conference. May this conference not only inspire us, may it mobilize us and launch Vision Zero initiative. May it not only change the way we think, may it change the way we act. And may it strengthen our collective determination to ensure that every worker in every workplace, in every sector, has the opportunity to return home safe and healthy. That is our responsibility. That is our commitment. That is our Vision Zero. On behalf of Dr. Elizabeth Nkumbula, the President of the Africa Vision Zero Network, I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Alex. Indeed, thank you very much for your welcome to us to move beyond compliance, to create more promotive, genuine communities where safety is implemented. You know, in Africa, we have a tendency of thanking the person who offers you a cup of tea, right? Right? But rarely do we know how that cup came to be. So, at this point, I would like to thank Uganda National Oil Company for sponsoring the cup of tea. If you've enjoyed the cup of tea, please clap for them as we appreciate them. Yeah, thank you very much for raising our Thank you very much for that conversations, and I hope we have all accepted to move beyond compliance. Don't tick the box. Live through what you are ticking the box. And with that, we go to a new session that is exciting. And you all look like you have been waiting for this session. But because this session is very powerful, I want all of us to stand. Remember I said I work in global health? Yes, we want to stretch a bit. So we want to call people who are up and above us. Sideways. In front of you. Can we pick the back ones? Please do. Pick the back one. Yes. Look for a free space. Free space. Yeah, now you're ready for the session. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, Alex. And also thank you very much, Lucy, for taking us through that health break. And of course, we had just had a break tea, so we needed to just be a little bit activated, not really laid back. So we are rushing through the program, and the next one is going to be the panel discussion, where we are looking at resilient OSH systems and policy frameworks, practices, experiences, and lessons learned. What have we learned from these experiences? What are the practical solutions that we're going to come about? And what are the challenges that have been coming around these challenges? So I would like to request the panel discussants. Oops, sorry. So I would like to call upon the Commissioner, Dosh, to take the seat. We have the co-chair, President, Uganda Law Society. A representative from the Uganda Law Society. They around? We are talking about OSH systems and the policy frameworks. We recently updated our OSH Act of 2006 to 2025 as amended, and one of the people that was in the middle of this whole dialogue, these whole discussions, what should be included, what shouldn't be included, how is it affecting all kinds of, workers, how are we including all workers. The framework brought about psychological safety, which is mental health, and also technological safety that now focuses on the harm that comes from non-physical challenges to technology and mental health. So it looks like we have the commissioner. I would like to request maybe the commissioner to sit close by. Ms. Eacosh, if you could come close by as we wait on the other discussants. Yeah. Okay. All right. Let's have a representative from Uganda Breweries. Shao, Dosh. We already have the commissioner. Enoch, Tohasa. The representative from Roofings. Waspak. Okay. Let's have Dosh, Kenya, to also join. All right, you can have your seats. So we are going to talk about systems and the policy influence. How best can we set them up? And I would like to start from home, from our dear commissioner, Ms. Eve. How are these systems, the available systems, how do we connect them to the policy, and how best are these influencing the informal and formal sector?
Hello. Once again, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is a pleasure to represent the Department of Occupational Safety and Health and indeed Government of Uganda on this panel discussion. In regard to the question that you ask, the systems that we have in place and how adequate they are for addressing the challenges of occupational safety and health in the country. Well, as Government of Uganda, we have in place a number of strategies that we have laid out at the national level, and we hope that they are translating at the workplace level. We have a number of laws, the Occupational Safety and Health Act being one of them, which is really operationalizing a constitutional requirement. We have under the Constitution of Uganda an article that provides for safe, satisfactory and healthy working conditions for every Ugandan, every worker in Uganda. So we have the Occupational Safety and Health Act, which we believe to a large extent has been supporting us to ensure that the systems on occupational safety and health are actually functional in the country. But we know that it had gaps. Gaps, for example, it was not adequately covering all workplaces because it had certain provisions like requiring a workplace with 20 or more workers. So through the amendment, which we concluded last year after a 10-year journey, we closed that gap by opening up the Occupational Safety and Health Act to actually cover every workplace. So in so doing, we believe that that should cover the informal sector. I know the law in itself is not adequate because the law has to be translated into actions, specific actions, for example, inspection, enforcement. So that is where we are still, as a country, grappling to ensure that we reach all these formal and informal workplaces. But again, that gap is also going to be in some way addressed by the amendment, because through the amendment we have opened up to go beyond just the inspectors who are employed by government, but we are now looking at how can we work together with the private sector to ensure that we reach all these workplaces with the services on occupational safety and health. So with the amended act and the regulation that we are now trying to finalize for what we are calling safety and health practitioners, we should be able to render our services to both the formal and informal sectors in terms of protecting the rights of workers. That is just some of the ways that we are trying to ensure that the systems on occupational safety and health in the country are working. Thank you.
All right. Hello? 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 Okay. Thank you, Commissioner. So with protocol, I would like to go straight to Dosh, Kenya, to give us your perspective on leadership, policy influence in regards to the effect on the private, the informal sector, and the formal sector. What has Dosh Kenya done? Does it have an amended act like we have made in 2025? Or you have even more exciting stuff coming on board? Since we believe that most times we benchmarked with Kenya to see how far and then we can catch up. So, Mr. Justice, we are here to hear you out.
Thank you very much for the chance. In the Directorate of Occupational Safety and Health, Kenya, we have a government occupational or the state occupational safety and health policy which creates a roadmap. And we do have, of course, the legislation, the Occupational Safety and Health Act, together with subsidiary legislations that provide for safety and health in all workplaces. Now, the informal sector is where we have most of the problem. The formal sector, it's easy to administer, but informal sector is where we have most of the problem. And in every year, because we are now all over Kenya, in fact, we have a staff of about over 300 officers, and we have extension services where we engage professionals to carry out work on our behalf. And some of the areas that we address are the small-scale entrepreneurs. These are the juakalis, we call them juakali, the border borders, and so on. So basically what we do is every year we carry out sessions of training in occupational safety and health where we highlight their hazards that they encounter in workplaces and how to go about sorting them out. We also conduct medical examinations for the small-scale entrepreneurs. Of course, these are services that they don't pay for, and to have them attend some of those sessions, we actually have got to pay them something. And in areas like training, we partner with other professionals like WASPAC, where we conduct safety and health trainings for these people. Medical examinations, we also carry out hygiene measurements, where we measure parameters that affect their work environment. But of course, as it is, small-scale entrepreneurs view OSH as an expense, and investing in such is normally an uphill task for them, but we try as much as possible because we have a law and we have a policy and subsidiary legislations, and we have staff. Again, as we turn towards the digitization and AI, it is not so much common in the small-scale entrepreneurs, but again, we try our best in achieving the best. But again, because, as I said, they command about 80% of our economy, that means that we have to do a lot to achieve the necessary safety and health because they are behind. They command the largest economy, but again, they are behind in terms of safety and health. So the very forefront that we do is training, and then followed by medical examinations. We now have mobile medical examination facilities. We have something we call an OSH mobile. It's a vehicle which has got a clinic inside and equipment, and we try to go around. But again, we are not 100% perfect in achieving OSH at the small scale entrepreneurship. So we have a long way to go. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. And I think the OSH mobile is something that maybe we can adapt here in Uganda to be able to decentralize, occupational health and safety inspectors, and also reach to all sectors, like informal sectors, probably could come into a clinic, and we see how best we can reach the Muntuwa 1C, the lowest person possible within here. So to the next speaker, I would like to really talk about the practices bit of it, the experiences and lesson learned. And I would like to channel this to Mr. Herbert Ntare, who is a very seasoned occupational health and safety, one of the people that trained me in OSH at the beginning of my OSH journey, and who recently graduated in Scotland on the masters to be able to learn more and see how best he can diversify. So we want to hear from Herbert, the experiences and the lesson learned and what you have seen in Scotland that has been done differently. Mr. Herbert, the floor is yours.
Thank you, MC. As you mentioned, Herbert Ntare is my name. I work with the Uganda National Oil Company, and my greatest time has been in the oil and gas. So my experiences and lessons learned will be based on what I've seen in the oil and gas. Before I start, maybe I need to highlight that OSH, as we all know it and understand it, should not be restricted to a formal sector, but this should cut across, because it is our duty to make sure that we do not cause pain. It's our duty that, basically a moral obligation, that the people we work with, the people we use, as one speaker mentioned, should be able to go back home the way they came. So experience. One thing I've noticed is that to build a culture of OSH, it is a journey. And this journey is not a short and quick journey. It is something that you must dedicate time and patience towards in order to be able to win what we call the hearts and minds of people. When I joined one of the oil exploration companies way back in 2009, I went down the Graben. For those of you who know where Lake Albert is, where Uganda has discovered oil, and part of the regulations was that we needed to work with the local communities. So experience learned is that for that level of people that we are working with, you needed to take time, engage, explain, teach, so that they are able to appreciate why, in most cases, you are talking about things like using the right PPE, things to do with, for logistics point of view, things to do with driving within limits and speed. So it took us quite a substantial amount of time, and that's why I said it is a journey that we need to, as experts, to be patient about. And over time, this culture is built. So that is one experience. You need to have that patience that you need to instill in the people's minds and hearts in order to be compliant. In the same regard, the other experience that I picked is that most of us tend to think that coming up with lots of documents in terms of procedures, SOPs, call it, is one way of managing OSH issues. But experience has noticed that, I've picked from experience that actually the things you do practically on the ground with the people, and they see with their own eyes, they touch, they feel, have more impact than coming up with a whole range of 30-page manuals that people are not even going to be able to read. So what am I saying? The experience is that one-on-ones, formal engagements, using practical examples and experiences, to me, from my side, they have proven to be more effective than the other approach. Then, one other last thing I wanted to comment about in terms of experiences and what I've noticed is the issue of qualifications, academic qualifications versus skills. Today, you will have somebody come from the university. They will go and attend a number of OSH courses. They will do IOSH, NEBOSH, name it. Then tomorrow, they will come out as the experts. And I think before even those qualifications, the attainment of practical skills, being exposed to the work environment and people actually see how you physically conduct, let's say, a job safety analysis, how you physically conduct a risk assessment, and how you take it through to implementation of whatever actions come in. should be emphasized more than that kind of, issue of, I have a degree, I have an Eacosh, I have a master's, but you have not. So, and I found this also one of the challenges in that even when you go down on the ground with such personnel, you tend to pick a number of systemic failures because of that lack of skill, that practical element that is lacking. So that is another experience I've picked, and I thought maybe I would share this with us, that it makes more sense to be practical, gain that skill, then much later you can attain the required qualifications to support your skill. Yeah, in the interest of time, maybe for now I can discuss that and hand over to the next speaker. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Hubbard, for sharing with us your experiences. Now I would like to go to one of our big manufacturers, roofings, Mr. Frank. We would like to understand what are the experiences, what have you been able to see at these plants, and what have you learned from these experiences and incidents?
Thank you so much, facilitator. Good afternoon, everyone. Just as introduced, my name is Frank Munguleni. I work with Roofings Limited. And of course, in the manufacturing sector, there are a lot of issues that are playing up, especially in the formal industry. And from our perspective as Roofings, we feel that this conference is timely, and that the theme itself for the conference speaks a lot to the challenges many manufacturers are facing, not only Roofings as a manufacturing company. Now, I will share just a little bit of the experiences from our journey with Roofings, some of the things that we are doing, because at the end of it all, the discussions, everything we are talking about here is centered around one thing: that one worker going back home to their families safely. And that's very, very important. So allow me to share a few experiences from my journey in the manufacturing industry. One is the narrative, which is more in our different workplaces, that we treat safety as a compliance aspect, which is very, very important. So many of us in our different organizations, safety is merely a compliance aspect. We do not give it the same kind of attention that we give production, because production is the core function of that industry. So the first thing first is that involvement of leadership to give priority to safety, which the Vision Zero ambassador called leadership in action, is very, very important in us realizing this one goal of that worker reaching back home safely. Because it does not start from the shop floor, it starts from the top. So leadership in action is very, very important, and this is an area as a company that we've worked so hard to achieve. Commitment from the top, where our leaders are involved. It starts from the policies that we make at the top. What are our commitments in terms of safety and health and well-being of our workers? And that's very, very important. So leadership in action, for me, is one of the experiences that I would like to share in moving this journey, ensuring that every worker reaches safely at home every day after their day's work. It's not a crime that they have to go to work, and it shouldn't be a reason why then they do not get back to their families safely. So that is one experience that I would like to share. And then along the same line, when we talk about leadership in action, one other thing that I just wanted to add is the issue of policies. When we go to our different organizations, we all have those different policies that we even frame and sign by the top management, put in those different places. The big question is, do our policies reflect the practice on the shop floors? Or do our policies reflect the way we do the work that we are doing? Do our commitments in those policies are they actually being implemented at the various levels where work happens? Because a good policy is as good as the implementation. A very good policy drafted, signed, and filed or put up, displayed, when not implemented right or to the dot of what it says, then it does not help in any way. So even as leaders, the top must be able to hold accountability on the different commitments that have been given on the policies. If we have a health and safety policy, what are our commitments to our workers to see that these people are able to get back home to their families safely? And when we put this policy into practice and we hold each other accountable for it, then for me that is leadership in action. And I believe that gives a good background to where we can move this journey forward.
Right.
Secondly, is the issue of design of safe systems of work. Of course, every manufacturing industry, there are a lot of things that we deal with. Now, the question is, are our systems designed in a way that they protect the people who use, whether it's an equipment, the way we are supposed to do the work? Are they designed in a way that it's safe for them to do so? So it doesn't start from the accident happening, it starts from the planning stage, the designs. Do our systems allow our people to work safely? And that's very, very important. And also those questions come with a lot of investments. And it goes back to the first point of leadership in action, because investment decisions are made at the highest levels. So if leadership is not involved, then we will not be able to design safe systems of work that can then ensure that every worker who comes to work is able to go back safe to their families at the end of their shift or at the end of their work. And so that is very, very important. So collectively, we must all focus on designing systems that are safe, instead of focusing on behavior of people, which is important, but we must be able to design systems that are safe for people to use. And in the design of systems, one experience that I just wanted to say is that in about 2023, as a company Roofings, we took a step that we wanted to reach that milestone of also zero harm, because we believe it's a right that every worker should be able to come to work and go back home safely. So when we sat down at the leadership level, drafted the strategy and the guidelines of how we could reach that journey, 1 year down the road when we were implementing this strategy, we realized there was a big disconnect between what we wanted to achieve at the higher level and what was actually happening at the level. And the bigger gap was that when we were doing the strategy or the planning, there was less involvement of the people whom we were actually trying to put a strategy to protect. So worker involvement and participation is something that is very, very key in achieving this goal that we are talking about, that has gathered us all here today. When you're designing safe systems of work, we are not designing these systems for imaginary people. We are designing these systems for real people who are going to have to use these systems to get the work done. And therefore, it is right to incorporate them and obtain their views, involve them in designing these systems, because systems designed without the people that are intended for then may only go as far as on paper, because involvement and buy-in is key when you're trying to do this. It's not necessarily about the enforcement, but when people feel involved and when people feel part of something, it definitely will make them become part of it and they'll collectively do it. So in our second year when we're implementing the Vision Zero agenda or the Zero Harm agenda, we changed a little bit. We had to go down to the teams. We had to understand zero harm didn't mean anything to them. It was just a goal that the company wanted to achieve. That's what they perceived it as. Now, what meant more to them when we went down and interacted and involved them a lot was actually the fact that for them, it's going back home safely that is more important than not having the accident. So same thing, but in two different ways. So whereas we looked at the zero harm agenda, for them getting back home safely was what they focused on. So we introduced something very simple, just a mindset change. We called it Your Family Needs You. You're the best gift you can ever give to them. So that in line changed the narrative of how they looked at safety. Initially, they thought about safety as something the company was forcing them to do, whereas when we changed that narrative, the mindset shift to looking at it as something that actually you're not doing this for the company, whereas the company wants you safe, your family is out there at home waiting for you. So it's important that we all have to play our part, do our duties to ensure that we then get back home to our families safely. And that was very, very important for us.
Right,
and
Frank.
then lastly, just to finish with, is the decisions that we talked about. We are discussing us for formal and informal sector. Now, I do not know how many of us in the room are basically coming from the informal sector, but if we did a quick survey by show of hand, we would realize that there are very less people here in the room from the informal sector. Now, the informal sector is not just a problem to the informal sector. The informal sector is also an issue for the formal sector. Let me just finish with that. When we started doing data-driven analysis, we realized we lost more, or we had more accidents of our workers on the roads while coming to work than actually they happened at the workplace. Which meant that we were suffering more from the challenges from the informal sector affecting us, our operations, and our everything, causing harm to our people, whereas this was coming from the outsides of our daily operations. And so that is very, very important. So the bigger question then for me is, how do all of us contribute to ensure that we can have a message reach to the informal sector? Employees use the roads, either it's the public means or the border, and they are getting accidents there. How can we call our people to create awareness on what basics can they use on the roads? Because this one person will go speak to the next border they are going to take and drive that awareness. So how can we all collectively reach to the informal sector? Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you very much, Frank. And we have learned the best experiences and the lesson learned and what it has been done about. He has highlighted one big factor, which is investor buy-in, top management buy-in. The moment you have the top management buy-in, investor buy-in, then occupational health and safety practices become easier. Then the other one that is very key is mindset change. Mindset change and culture integration. You know, we are enforcing. We are not actually changing the minds. We are not actually transforming these people. The perspective of it's not about work, it's about your family. I think that's a very, very great one from Roofings. And I think it's very much intrigues all of us. It's not really about this work. It's not about bringing problems for the company, but I could also cause problems for my family. Those are very, very key takeaways from my end, and I believe you got so many takeaways on your side as well. So listening in to the experiences and lessons learned from UBL, I would like to listen from Joseph Tindiebwa to give us a preamble on what UBL is pushing, and also UBL is one of the organizations here in Uganda that has been so much respected with Eacosh culture, where an HSC manager is actually respected. But we are going to hear much more from Joseph to give us really what's on the ground.
Thank you very much, Master of Ceremonies. Joseph is my name. Joseph Tindiawa is my name. UBL is a manufacturing plant. We all know that, except possibly our colleagues from Kenya and Tanzania. And not different from roofings, I'll just speak on maybe about 3 or 4 experiences which I'll express in terms of how we manage our health and safety in a way that everyone understands and appreciates. So we've talked about leadership commitment, and as everyone has mentioned, it is very critical in the management of our health and safety systems at UBL. But the emphasis for us is actually in participation. The appearance of the commitment of the leaders by the floor workers, how do they appreciate that commitment? It doesn't only keep on paper, it moves from paper to the shop floor. And how is this done? 2 or 3 things. One, on a weekly basis, okay, we have 3 layers of management: top leadership, middle management, and then our lower level of management. So on a weekly basis, we have a leadership walkabout in our shop floor sections, and this does not come in on, say, a whole plant session every week. In a particular day, that is a Wednesday, Tuesday, we pick a section, we go in, all of us, and we look at or experience what are those challenges that our floor workers are faced with on a daily basis. When someone approaches you as their manager or as their health and safety manager, and they are talking about a collapsing platform, have you been there to experience what impact such a collapsing platform has on their lives? So that moves away the commitment from paper, where we sign, say, a statement of commitment, to engagement with our floor workers. And they see, when they are sharing with us experiences, we also appreciate what that impact has in terms of health and safety. The second one, in terms of leadership commitment, is the availability of resources in terms of awarding innovations that are related to health and safety, and particularly leveraging on technology improvement. So in a hierarchy of controls, we all know that elimination, substitution, and engineering controls form the best 3, and then the other 2 come last. So most of our awards in terms of health and safety performance or innovations, which we commit to very much, are into that aspect. On a monthly basis, we do that, award every employee that brings on board an innovation that improves the health and safety aspect. Small as it is very much recognized. And this is just not part of, this is not only for the UBL staff, but it also cuts across to contractors who we work with on a daily basis. So for leadership commitment, I can highlight those 2. Let me speak something about how our floor workers appreciate health and safety, to properly understand that a decision taken today and in a second can either save a life or can actually destroy your life. So our structure for health and safety is not led by myself, who is the health and safety manager. No. I am there to provide guidance, expertise, and advice where things possibly need a higher hand. So through our hierarchy or our levels of management, at every level, there is a safety champion. We have a safety champion amongst the top leaders. We have a safety champion amongst the managers. We have a safety champion in every section of UBL. And I'm emphasizing contractors inclusive. Contractors are very much part of our system because they actually they belong more to the informal sector when you compare them with the UBL staff or structure. So the contractors, for them, we give them much more attention in terms of what are they developing. So what the champions do for us is they are our eyes, ears, and our leaders in those areas. Every submission that comes through, either as a safety concern, a safety appreciation, a safety challenge, leading the risk assessments, reporting of hazards through our reporting platform, all is championed through the safety champion. Ensuring that everyone has PPE every morning before they go to work, that is their duty. Ensuring that no job is done, especially the non-routine jobs to be done without a proper risk assessment done, that is their job. So what that actually does for us is, instead of someone fearing to speak to me about a safety concern, they are very much, it is easy for them to go and approach their safety champion, discuss the matters, and in our safety committees, the matters are raised, they are followed up systematically to make sure that everything that has been raised is actually closed. And lastly, that is similar to what I raised in terms of technology. In my point number 1, is that we leverage very much on technology. The world is moving. I think on a daily basis, a new innovation is coming on board, and we don't want to be left behind in terms of technology use. So our health and safety systems, most of them, they are also reliant on technology. In particular, the investment that goes into processes. The manufacturing plant is a closed, complex system. So we make sure that there is less interaction of the man or the human with the system. The system actually controls itself, relying on high-level technology, to the fact that if there is any precursor suggesting that something is going amiss or a fault, it is able to trigger an alarm, and then do the preventive approaches before an occurrence that leads into fatality or a major incident occurs. Otherwise, challenges may be similar across board, but we keep in striving day in and day out. And when you look at the manufacturing plant and then you compare it with our distribution structure, in the distribution structure, we are faced with much more of the informal business operations compared to when you come to the site on the plant. My colleague in roofing just talked about setting up safety systems and arrangements. You will come to the plant. When you enter, it will speak even before I come to you, or a security guard does a safety induction for you. So that already, even when you are not used to that environment, it creates a mindset change that the place I'm walking into is not exactly where I am coming from. But when you cross to our distribution centers where we are dealing with distribution partners, or what we usually call distributors, the challenges of the informal sector are actually eminent. Our effort into that is that we extend our knowledge from what we do in manufacturing and coach, build the capabilities of the distributors and their staff across all aspects of health and safety, so that we do not need to be with our knowledge alone, but it is shared across and in bits that can easily be taken in and easily appreciated by the staff. Thank you very much, moderator.
All right, thank you very much, Joseph, for highlighting that. And maybe one of the key things that I could keep, that I picked from his presentation was they took safety beyond management. They took safety beyond management. Everybody is mindful of occupational health and safety hazards. They can react, they can act on it. Yeah, as he mentioned, he is to offer guidance where there is a new niche or where there is a challenge, but he's not there to direct, enforce, and push and pull people to do health and safety. He has decided to decentralize. Yeah, UBL decided to decentralize and ensure that every worker at the workspace, at the plant, is aware of these health and safety challenges, which has, I believe, made his work much more easier, trackable, and implementable. Thank you very much, Joseph, for giving us that from UBL. And let's cross over to our neighbors, Tanzania. I would like to listen from Nation to tell us what you've already experienced in Tanzania. How is implementation? What are the experiences? What have you learned and developed in Tanzania in regards to occupational health and safety?
Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Nation Mudara, the Executive Director for the International Institute of Safety Culture, based in Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. And I'm supporting TOHASA as EXCO member, and I'm running the strategy and planning team. So what I will share today, basically, I'm not the spoke for DOSH or OSHA Tanzania. I'm not representing them, but it's like overview as a normal OHS practitioner in the country. So I would like to start with basically sharing how we are legally structured in terms of the legislative structure. So we were well set in terms of the OHS Act and the number of regulations coming up, all founded with the OHS policy that also started in the number of years. And all of these have been into practice. Also backed up with the Employment and Labor Relations Act of 2003-24, which is also backing up with a number of provisions to support OHS implementation. And the good thing is also OSHA, who is our authority, is also part of the tools of the Ministry of Labor. And this is also added to some of the sector-specific attributes, things like the atomic energy agencies, all those have got the likes of the legislation, chemical handling, and the like. So the other part is, I will talk is more about the industrial delivery, which is more of how are we supporting the existing legislation to put into practice. So OSHA himself, they are really doing a good job. I would commend for that. Despite all the small number of inspectors that is outpaced by the increased number of workplaces, but their inspections, medical examination, training over the past decades have made tremendous impact to the workplaces, to be honest. And TOHASA, plus the rest of the private, though not formalized, private consultants, training expertise, they form a valuable ecosystem in not learning parallel to OSHA agenda, but adding effort towards streamlining the OSHA priorities. So, for example, with the existence of TOHASA, regardless that we are still young, we have seen a lot of awareness being raised among the OHS professionals, even discovering the talents which have been hidden, even knowing that how many are we in terms of the number, because before TOHASA, it was not easy to trace who is employed where and doing what. So the way that either the registered or non-registered OHS professionals, I would say in a number we are almost approaching, and this is not informal, this is according to my own informal research, we are approaching to 5,000 professionals really recognized and really working. So all of these are adding impact. Some of them are even went further to go to the social media awareness touching different sectors. And also WCF, which is Worksman Compensation Fund, is now, I like the way they're not, as a normal compensation fund, we're expecting them to be more reactive. But they went further extra to be more proactive. They are supporting a lot of proactive initiative done by all sectors. They are part of the core national promotion agenda and et cetera, et cetera. We have other associations like environmental health practitioners and the industrial hygienists registered membership and associations. All of these are coming up to bring the agenda, and we're working together to ensure everything is now into practice. Maybe the other part that I'll share is, again, the Tanzania experience and some of the lessons, like what is really happening. So I would recommend again the active enforcement, regardless of the number, that we can still say it is inadequate. But at least for the formal sector, we can still sense the ownership that the authority have in terms of enforcement. And we are still having a challenge to the informal sector, and I like the approach that OSHA is using. So for us, from registration, we have two different categories. So all the entrepreneurs and the SMEs, they have different channel of registering and the way they should comply. Basically, through the Department of Training, Research and Promotion of the OSHA, they have an approach of more promotion rather than enforcement. I think even in the 5 years currently structured, the informal sector is not even in the category of being enforced, rather than being empowered, and sensitization is one of the key priorities. So there is that set of separate way of enforcing compliance across these two sectors. And as I said, we have a mature professional setup that is well established through the ecosystem of the TOHASA and the like. The government is still, which is also done by OSHA, is using the tri-parties way of approach by means of engagement. So the government is still front in terms of giving the guidelines. We have the employer engagement. Basically, OSHA is coordinating regular stakeholders meetings so that every employer will always attend to share their views, and also the employees also being part of this circle. One more interesting, which I would say the rest of the formal sectors are doing, just to back up whatever OSHA is doing, is those big organizations which have already mature safety culture, like in the mining, some of the telecom sectors, some of the manufacturing companies. There is a big rise of ownership in terms of safety. As a matter of fact, if we go to these individual organizations, you find there is a very strong contractors management system, whereas in fact they're doubling the effect that OSHA is doing. First of all, those contractors, they're already registered with the OSHA and they're meeting the OSHA annual compliance license requirement. And in addition, that being one of the pre-qualification requirement, these organizations are already going further to do intensive audit and monitoring to whatever is being done. We believe, because this cannot be the single unit effort, with this being intensified, we're going to reach even the informal sectors and having everyone even working safe. So otherwise, the rest of the challenges is like the rest have said, but the informal sector is still one of the key focus that everyone needs to come. And I'm looking forward to see SHAU, OSHA, SHAU, TOHASA, and WISPAC in Kenya to come with a strategy instead of just speaking here. We all understand we have recognized. We need to come with strategy on how we engage, even how do we work with the government to come with tangible action that we can bring them into perspective. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Nation. And of course, if you have not heard it really well, is that they take ownership of these challenges. They accept that these are the things that could affect our businesses, these are the things that can affect our growth as a country and as a company and an individual, and so they take ownership. In so many cases, we have been able to make, due diligence or root cause analysis a blame game, which is something that really shouldn't be an HSC practice. We should find the root causes without bias, without pushing onto the other, but seeing how best we can correct, these challenges, how best we can correct these mistakes without playing a blame game, but then building the capacity. Instead of blaming someone and firing them, how about you find out the root cause and you cover it with a capacity building initiative? So I think that's a very, very big takeaways. So as we come to the last parts of this session, I would like to ask the government representatives. You have heard from the private sector. They have talked about the challenges. They have talked about the experiences. They have talked about the lesson learned. Now, I will bring it to you, Dosh, both Kenya and Uganda. I will start with Kenya. what have you been able to pick here that you could, add into the policy, into the system, and be able to improve or support these organizations that are trying to push a safety culture? So from their submissions, what support can you render? What policy influence are you looking at to support or to eliminate these challenges being faced by the private sector? I will start with Mr. Justice.
Thank you very much for the question. This is a very important forum, and I've been able to pick quite a number of items that we can implement to bring up the informal sector in terms of occupational safety and health. One is that, as my colleague from Tanzania said, is to own up. As a government, we should be able to own up that this informal sector is ours, and they equally need the occupational safety and health services, just like the formal sector. So that is one thing that we will have to honor. Another thing is that we have to create some form of incentives. The informal sector is one sector where one worker leaves the house in the morning and is not sure that he will make anything during the day. So he will tend to put aside anything else, safety issues, health issues, and ensure that he will do everything despite the conditions to ensure that he takes something home. So let us create some kind of incentives. In Kenya, we try by inviting these people to a training session. Of course, that is a benefit to them, but that view and that mentality that they are going to make something is out of their mind when you call them to a forum like this. So an incentive that you can create for them is like awarding those ones who are best performing. At times we do pay them when we call them to a forum, a training like this one. We have to refund to them the approximate amount that they are meant to make in that day, so that they don't see that they came to a forum like this one just to come and waste their time. So on top of the gain they get from the training, they are able to go home with something. So an incentive can do quite a bit. And then let us also prioritize some of these entrepreneurs, because we have tended as governments to always give priority to formal sector and leaving alone the informal sector. And yet, when we look at the informal sector, like in my country, the informal sector drives 80% of the economy, but they are 80% deficient in terms of OSH services. So let us put them on the forefront with a mind that these are the people who are driving our economy, and they are very important in what they do. Even if they do very small business here and there, cumulatively, they drive a very big wheel of our economy. So it is very important. And the manner, lastly, the manner in which we enforce and administer our laws and policies against the informal sector should have a different approach. That let us not apply the law in a manner that it's going to make them even hate the practitioners or the enforcers of the law. They should be able to have that culture themselves, that safety and health is for their good and not where they are being policed around or they are forced to do something. You know, you will wonder why maybe a boda rider, only when he knows that there is a policeman ahead is when he's going to wear a helmet. let it be a culture for that person to wear that helmet, knowing that it is for his safety. So training, incentives, and owning up is very key in this respect. Thank you very much.
The perspective on what she has picked, what can be added to the DOSH department, and what is going to be the focus. What are your takeaways that can influence policy? Because we are talking about systems and policy. So we want to know what are the systems, what are the challenges, and what could we take away, or what our government has taken away to be able to be added and to be supportive to the occupational health and safety sector in Uganda.
All right, thank you so much. First of all, before I say my key takeaways, I would like to thank the representatives here of the private sector for all that you have shared with us, because I have seen that there's a lot going on. I know as an inspectorate, we have been in touch with your workplaces, but there are certain details that we had not been able to pick. I appreciate what is going on in terms of engaging the workers, in terms of making sure that everybody feels like they are part of the problem and part of the solution. I also liked what our colleagues in the region are doing in promoting safety and health. So really there is something for us to learn as a country and as a department. First of all, from all the all the issues that have been presented here, one key thing that I pick is the issue of the leadership in action. So for us as a department and as a ministry, we are going to really try to show the strength of the leaders in supporting this cause. We are going to continue to engage both our political and technical leadership so that they are seen in the country to be pushing for this occupational safety and health in the country, because I know that makes a very big difference. Interestingly, the lessons that have been picked by my colleague from Kenya are quite similar, because I realized that we need to change the narrative, which was also mentioned by one of the people that talked about what they are doing. In order for us to achieve this mindset shift that we want, we should not stop, we should stop trying to be the policeman or trying to be the one that is trying to identify problems. Change the narrative and try to show people that this cause is actually for your good. So as government, we need to reframe our message, because we know that safety and health is for everybody's good, but many times we are looked at as the enemy instead of as somebody who is actually helping the workforce. So for me, I feel like as government, we need to find a better way to send out the message out there for people to be able to comply with the requirements of the law. My colleague also talked about the reward system. It is something that I had also picked as one of the ways, because we always talk about weak enforcement as one of our challenges. So in essence, we are not recognizing the fact that it's actually important to also recognize good performance. So I feel like one of the things that we need to do more of as government is to actually reward the people who are doing a good job, both in formal and informal sector. Because if we actually recognize those who have taken a step, maybe improved from where they were to where they are now, it will encourage others. And I know as Uganda we have tried through the Eacosh Awards. I know it is not yet as big as we would want it to be, but I know this is one of the ways in which we can actually encourage people to be more compliant. For us as a country, really, our priorities are more awareness out there. The information needs to be out there, but now it's not just putting information out there, but what kind of packaging are we putting it in so that people can consume it positively as we would want them to. Like we would want people to take up issues of self-audits and self-regulation that we have seen working in some of the bigger workplaces. So we shall continue to push for that. Of course, professionalizing the practice is one of our biggest priorities as a country, because we know there are many people who are doing occupational safety and health work out there, but we would like to know that they are doing a good job and doing it right. So that is one of our key priorities as a country. And of course, capacity building, not just for the inspectorate, but capacity across board. So it is one of the key priority areas that I see us focusing on as a country going forward. And maybe just my message is that it is something that I thought about as they were talking the various speakers. Many times we do things just because the law says that we should do them, but through the mindset shift that we have been talking about through the panel discussion, it's important for us to start doing things because it is the right thing to do, not because the law says that we should do it. I thank you.
Thank you very much. What we have been listening in was what the government had in hand, what the government has been doing, what it has already done, and what's keeping on to do. And then we went on to the private sector, discussing the actual matters that they are facing, the experiences, and what they have been able, to come around to be able to go over these challenges. And then also we have concluded with what the government has actually learned from these perspectives, from these challenges, from this information. So we are here, all of us, to learn. The government is here to also listen to you. Mr. Justice mentioned something very, very important. We are not just coming here to have discussions, but we are coming here to learn and see how best we can impact our countries, our companies, and our individual lifestyle. So now to continue and actually go on and listen in and be able to understand that we have all been understood, I would like to take this opportunity to call upon members of the audience, at least 5, to give us a few questions or what they have really got from this sector, or what they have taken away, or what more burning question, something you think it has not been spoken about, something you think the government should do, something that you would want to understand more from UBL, UNOC, what they have been practicing. So please, the floor is yours. My colleague will be bringing you the microphone so that you can submit your questions. I think we have one on this other side. It's on. Yeah.
As we start.
It's on. It's on.
As we start the Q&A, a bit of guidance that we have done enough. Thank you very, very much to the panelists. And my request is, remember the way we do safety comms? They're usually short, clear, precise, right? So my request to you is, 1, state your name. Don't say the thank you. We have already said on your behalf. So what we need you to do is to say your name, where you work, and the question. If you're directing to a specific panelist, please tell them, they'll be writing down. We will take the first 5 questions. Whoever has the other mic can help so that we have 2 roaming mics.
Short and precise, Christopher, Speedbird Advisory. So my question goes to first the gentleman from UNOC. In 2023, there was an incident, an OSHA accident at the Kingfisher project, and it led to the halt of operations by the Petroleum Authority. And I'm wondering, how is UNOC leveraging emerging technologies to achieve or enforce the culture of occupational health? Then the next question goes to UBL. Automation of occupational health leads to, automation of operations in a factory tends to decrease human judgment, which at some point leads to safety issues. I'm wondering, how are you trying to ensure that human judgment is not compromised by automating your systems? Then the last question is still to UBL. how are you incentivizing occupational health and safety to contractors?
Okay, the next question. Let it be interactive. At least we have been listening. We should have a few kickbacks.
Okay, thank you so much. I'll also be brief. So my name is Trevor Tukiko. I'm from Kenya. I work as a compliance officer. So my question is for the panelists, all of them. So I won't be specified on so and so. So the first question is, if we check the systems that we have, mostly they're for the formal sector. So my question is, how can we have the informal sector design that can now accommodate everyone and each one of them? And then another question is, we are talking about the leadership and action. So I was asking, what does effective leadership looks like in an informal sector where there is no HR, there is no safety officer, there is no budget for the safety? And then as I finish, I also have the top-ups. The people who are talking, the panelists, they had very, very good insights. So I wanted to also add on the informal sector. They were talking about how they can enforce them in terms of system designing. So for the informal sector, how to approach them is like we move from the enforcement to the approach of educating them and supporting them in a way that we first identify the risks that are there, and then we educate, we support, we improve is when we enforce. But the moment we begin with the enforcement, then we'll be doing a zero work. So as I finish also, I want also to support my brother from the roofing. You talked about the designing of the system in terms of the formal sector. So for the formal sector, it's at least, it has a design that you can see and you can also work with. But for the informal sector, it's somehow ambiguous and we can't even base in each and specific one. So all the panelists that are there, so maybe if you can give us a guiding principle on how to make a designing system that can cut across all of them, since I understand that in Kenya, most of the legal things that we have, I mean the legal compliance that are there, it's based mainly on the formal sector. If you check the Eacosh Act 207, it only talks about the formal sector, and it doesn't include the informal sector. So maybe if you can give us a clear approach on how we can try to integrate the both system for the informal and the formal so that we can have a good and working system. Otherwise, thank you.
Thank you very much. This only shows me how much attentive you all were. The fact that people are flipping pages, people have been writing down, people have been learning. And to me, this is what I call a great discussion, an impactful discussion, where people write down, they have their thoughts, they have their curiosities, and they are willing to share and learn more from the people who have spoken. What is the next question?
The next question is from Celestine Muhumza. I come from Wakiso district, and I work as a senior labor officer. My concern, I wanted to these different countries who are here to share with us on how they enforce compliance to the labor laws of their different countries. As brief as that.
Thank you very much. I wish the next ones can also be as. But we are here to learn, so you can express yourself as well.
Thank you very much. My name is Michael Tengeka. I work for Eacosh, Uganda. And my question goes to Eacosh, Kenya. There is something he spoke which triggered my mind. He said they conduct medical examinations for the informal sector. And I wanted him to elaborate more how. He talked of the mobile clinics. And what came to my mind, I just imagined, I think the government of Kenya is very rich. I would want to know how practical is that, how you're doing it, so that we can pick a leaf. Then my second question is, you talked of doing trainings for the informal sectors, yes, have you also concentrated, that basically covers the mindset change, but have you also quantified the behavior change, the impact it has created? Because many times we tend to concentrate on the mindset change and we don't focus on the behavior change. Then, the other thing I can talk about still in regard to the informal sector, have you also done some bylaws for the local community to see how the informal sector is covered? And finally, have you come up with a method or a tool to ensure that safety and health in the formal sector is covered? I will give an example, like for CLTS is a tool which they use to get rid of open defecation. Has Kenya come up with a method to ensure that there is compliance to OSH in the informal sector? I submit.
As we are closing up the question, I want to give the last question to a lady. They have been very quiet in the room. Be blessed as you represent
All right.
us.
That was intergovernment knowledge sharing.
Okay, my name is Maska Idris. I'm the HSC officer, Bugoye Hydro Limited, under Berkeley Energy. I work with the energy sector, Bugoye Hydro. So my question goes to our panelists and probably anyone, especially those in the energy sector. We are looking at the formal and informal economies, but now my question is geared towards the communities around our entities. Not necessarily the border men, but that school-going child that is just passing near your structures. What mechanisms have any of us in here put in place beyond the usual community sensitizations and stakeholder engagements? What mechanisms have we put in place to protect the communities neighboring our structures, our companies, to protect them and ensure that they also pick up the OSH culture within them? Because it's one thing to do the sensitization and it's 1 week down the road and you're having an incident with just a community member who was walking by. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And this brings me to the few challenges, actually, to the few questions that I got. When we were doing a sensitization in Western Uganda, and we were interacting with different workers, informal sector, asking them about occupational health and safety. One of the very most interesting response was, we thought those things are for people in the city. Yeah, that question really hurt me because so many industries are upcountry, are out there. So if someone that side is thinking that OSH is a privilege to someone in the city, is really a long way to go. And also when we were doing it within the city in Kampala, and most, I can tell you, they will be like, you mean OSH is that much seriously enforced? You mean there is a person that runs, you know, a whole department on occupational health and safety? We thought maybe it's an HR role. And others can even go ahead, that's a Western culture kind of thing. Yeah, those are bazungu, we call them bazungu. That's like bazungu stuff. Are we not allowed to live and work healthier or in safe environment? Is it really a privilege or it's a fundamental right as by ILO 2022? So we have had the questions. We start from the first one. You've been noting the first questions, I think they came around UNOC, the experience that happened in the Kingfisher, and maybe the other one was UBL in automation. But of course you are writing, so we shall go question by question to those who were being given the questions. So we start with the first question. I think it was about the experience in Kingfisher.
Okay, thank you. Maybe before I dive into that, give you the answer, we need to first understand how us as UNOC, as SINOC that operates Kingfisher, and Total that operates in Tilenga, how we work together. So UNOC has got a 15% stake in Kingfisher, for example. and Kingfisher is operated by CNOC. So we are partners. And UNOC primarily looks at the commercial side of things. We are not regulators. We are also regulated by Petroleum Authority. So basically, when such an incident occurs, the operator takes charge, shares the report, we discuss lessons learned, and as partners, we have the mandate to approve or disapprove. So from the HSC point of view, the incident referred to was investigated, a report shared with us, the partners, we discussed it. We normally have weekly reports that come in that review. We have quarterly engagements that we also do among us as partners and also the regulator, which is the Petroleum Authority of Uganda. So, as far as that incident is concerned, it was shared with the partners, we reviewed it, corrective actions put in place, we are satisfied, endorsed, and we left it to CNOC to implement. But that does not mean that we kept our eyes closed. We picked lessons of which form part of our goals towards managing safety and incidents in the workplace. I hope that satisfies you. Maybe before I end, there's a lady from Energy, maybe be also being part of the Energy.
Yeah.
I could give a bit of what we do. You talked about communities. We are aware that our social license to operate where we operate in the communities is in the hands of the communities in which we work with. So a number of initiatives have been taken from UNOC side, and maybe I can also talk on behalf of our partners. Things like land transportation safety. We've had teams go to the communities, created awareness, provided safety wear, such as helmets to border riders, reflectors. From the health point of view, we've engaged other government bodies like TASO and others to go to the communities, talk about HIV, all infectious diseases, provide counseling, provide treatment, and all that. So that is part of the bigger package of the social performance that we do within the communities. At the beginning, I mentioned how we went into Bulisa. Imagine the people in Bulisa we found, but by the time we were almost 3, 4, 5 years in the operation, even the person that had never gone to school that was within our operations at least appreciated the fact that they needed to work with full PPE that is appropriate. They knew they would not partake in any activity unless a toolbox talk has been held, instructions given, and a way of how they operate. And I can tell you, in the many years that came, we started registering so many man-hours without injuries, because we went and penetrated the hearts and minds of the people, even if you would categorize them as people who are not literate. So that worked, and this has continuously been done. Also, some of you have been noticing that we do hold what we call supplier development forums. And these at times are even very specific to HSC. We bring in communities, contractors, and we put down our expectations and how they're expected to operate. Thank you.
All right, to just be quick on, maybe I will start with Mr. Justus as we come this side. So Mr. Justus, I believe you had a question from our DOSH department here in Uganda, and that's why we are here. It's not just interpersonal, it's not just intercompany, but also intergovernment sharing. And to me, these are the questions that we really need to hear, and the responses we ought to we look forward to. So Mr. Justus, what can be done on our end, or how have you achieved the clinics and the whatnots that you are putting forward?
Thank you very much, Chair, for that question. I will tackle a number of questions. One was by Celestine Gunza, the labor officer.
Could you get your mic close, maybe?
Yes, one was by Celestine, how we enforce our laws in our country. Of course, number one, our country is divided into what we call counties. We have 47 counties, and under those counties, there are sub-counties. So you will have a county with several sub-counties. Now, in each of those counties, we have officers of government who are staff of the Ministry of Labor and Social Protection. We also have occupational safety and health officers who are heading the counties and staff under them. Each of those have got targets and work plans for every year. So normally, every officer is supposed to execute his target, and this is executable in accordance to the provisions of the law. So they go to workplaces, inspect. In the event that they find any contraventions, then they involve the Office of the Public Prosecutions for enforcement and court procedure. But most cases, what they do is inspections, and from the inspections, they are able to do reports and recommendations which are adhered to by those workplaces. That is how we do our enforcement of our laws. All the labor laws, including Occupational Safety and Health Act. And there was a question about the informal sector who do not have a setup. They don't have HR, they don't have management, they are self-employed. What we have done in Kenya is we have encouraged those informal sector entrepreneurs to form groups. Matatus, the transport vehicles normally have what we call SACCOs. It is also common with border borders. So you will have border borders who work around Imperial Royal Hotel, forming their own group. Another one of another region like that, like that. So all over the country we have those ones. And those groups are registered under their ministry. There is a ministry for transport, there is a ministry for cooperatives where they register, and those are the ones we target as the Directorate of Occupational Safety and Health. We register them, and after registration, they have their own mechanism. They have their own leadership. Now, when we want to do occupational safety and health services like medical examination, then we can organize with the representatives of each of those groups and then have medical examinations done in a structured way. So the only way that we can reach them is by them having groups. I realize we have so many borders here. In fact, they could be millions. The only way that we can reach them and give them occupational safety and health services is having them being in a certain arrangement where we have groups, and then from those groups we can execute medical examinations. We can be able to disseminate information by inviting key people. In Kenya we have what we call occupational safety and health committees. They form committees, and that one is provided for in the law. So once they form those committees, we train the committees, and those are now the champions of their groups. They go disseminating the same information to the various members in those groups. And then there was the issue of whether the trainings we conduct to the informal sector, whether they have been able to have an impact on their behavior. Of course, this is a balance between somebody's earning for his family in a day and what he is going to receive as a training. So what normally happens is that there is an impact. there is an impact in terms of behavior, but that impact is not as we could expect. It's not something that happens in the formal sector. In the formal sector, you can easily see that impact. But the informal sector is normally very gradual and it is quite slow. So the impact is really there, only that it is gradual and not as fast as we could expect. As to whether we have bylaws at the local level, we have the national law for the occupational safety and health. In fact, it is similar for all the countries in East Africa, the Occupational Safety and Health Act. And then we have regulations under that. At the same time, we also have, in the event of an accident, there is a Work Injury Benefits Act. In Tanzania, they have WCF. We have a similar framework, and this is what applies in the entire country. You could be having the local governments, those are the administrative structures of the counties, having their own small bylaws which relate to safety and health. But we are very keen not to have duplication. So when they are making such bylaws at the county level, it is ensured that they don't conflict with the national occupational safety and health laws. The kind of laws they can create are those bylaws whereby they are going to synergize what the Directorate of Occupational Safety and Health Services is offering. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. I hope the people that put up questions on this have been able to pick. Our DOSH department probably also been able to pick a word or two in the things that you were asked for. We go on to Mr. Frank. What are the questions that were directed to you and what are the responses?
All right, thank you. I will just speak or add my voice on two questions that were raised. One was basically about how can we accommodate the informal sector into these kinds of discussions. I think for me, just like my colleague from UBL talked about, the formal sector does not operate in a silo alone. In the formal sector, there's a dotted line of engagement we all have with the informal sector. Be it on the contractor basis, most of these contractors that we deal with are a bit informal. Be it the distributor basis, most of the distributors that we deal with are a bit informal. So it's important that we try to bring them on board onto the same safety systems that you're building for your organizations. Involve them in the same. Now, for example, I will just talk about something small that we do at Roofings. One of the things that we do at Roofings is we hold barazas. This is where we reach out to the last people who use our products. And these are mainly the masons, the carpenters, most of these construction industry players at the lowest level. And majority of these people are in the informal sectors. Even though we reach to them basically to talk to them about our different products, one of the issues that we discuss with them in these barazas is the safety practices that they must undertake while doing these activities, whether you're doing the roofing, the building works. So we are trying to create that awareness and sensitization in that case. And I believe many of us in the formal sector, in your dotted lines with the informal sector, if we all put energies, combine and try to accommodate the informal sector in this way, we can try to make a contribution to the informal sector in this kind of discussion that we're talking about.
All right, thank you, Frank.
Yeah.
We can move on to Mr. Nation to give us a perspective. What did you pick out? What question was directed and what response?
Yeah, I think I will just add up, or if I think it was answered, but I will just add up on the how do we accommodate the informal sector with regard to also how does effective leadership look to them, because they don't have organized way of working. And I'll do this with the example that I personally invoked in the SME's engagement toward compliance. So basically, starting with the leadership, always like the normal way you do to the corporate organization and the formal sector, you will always secure at any cost the buying from top. So even those informal sectors, maybe the entrepreneurs, even they have some level of institutional kind of way they work. Like he mentioned, different associations, different unions at their level and the groups. So if you secure buying from their level of authority that they do bow under, that's a very, very key. And also engage them as enough as possible. And for this point, I will call, I think, I will argue everyone who is here. I like the point that we were supposed to also have the same forum with them in the room. They are not that much engaged, but I would assure you, the private sector, Tanzania being one of the examples, private sector is doing a lot in terms of engaging them, the NGOs and the other organizations. They only lack the technical part, which is like the safety component. I remember to have involved in one of the projects where we reached more than 600 SMEs that were doing like informal production in agriculture, mechanical and the rest. And now they reached to the level that they are properly trading locally, but they want to do exporting, but their level of compliance, you know, if you start international trading, now compliance is non-negotiable, the issue of standards, health and safety, and the environment. So some of the NGOs engaged us in the level of ensuring we drive that level of culture from those small leaders. And I can assure you the awareness level is still low, and the technical personnel, I think we are so many, but we are not properly reaching them out. I not have spoken with different officials from OSHA, where in the Department of Promotion, they are really calling for OHS professionals, not necessarily waiting to be paid, but to voluntarily going out and putting this kind of awareness. That's the way that we can secure buying from those levels. So
all right.
That's what I
All right, thank you, Nation. We go on to Joseph. Let's rush it as we wind it, as we answer these questions, because now we are getting into people's mindset for lunch. And I'm sure they're about to switch off, but give us a few minutes. Right after this, we are heading into our lunch. I'm sure the coupons are already a big sign, so hang in there and let's keep up until we finish this session.
All right, thank you, MC. So, unfortunately, I didn't pick the name of the gentleman that raised the questions, but beginning from the first question that was talking about the incentivization program for contractors, it is actually beyond recognition and rewards for us. As I said, our staff or our human capital is the greatest asset we have. And our operations are much dependent on them. So as part of incentives and beginning from well-being, just like to make sure our minds and bodies are healthy, we have a gym at our workspace. And our contractors are part of the staff that use that gym. As long as you are part of them, you go in, you exercise to maintain your health and well-being of the body and of the mind. That's one. Second one, we recognize them. I mentioned earlier that on a monthly basis, we recognize people who have performed well in safety. No matter how small the impact of what you've done is, we recognize you. And contractors are part of them. In fact, in October every year, there is a week where we celebrate health and safety internally, leave alone the one we do in April on the national and international level. And in that week, every section is recognized as, they give us, or they identify who has performed or outperformed others in health and safety, and they are rewarded and recognized. So each contractor that is on site participates in that reward program. Then we have what we call a capacity building as a form of incentive. What is it? When you're coming to do work as a contractor, we don't only look at productivity. As we said, there is nothing that can be done unless it is safe, and that is our slogan. So the budget that we give you as a contractor has safety aspect fully 100% catered for. That implies that everyone you have on site should do everything day in, day out, as safe as possible. You don't know what that actually means to people. As someone new who has come into site, and on the outside, in the informal sector, things have actually been done the other way around, as we've been explaining. So it is a learning point, but also a very good incentive system. The other incentive system is the trainings. We don't only train our staff as UBL. We go ahead and train our contractors free of charge to make sure that the capabilities are really high and up to standard for them to appreciate as much as possible everything in safety. They are represented on every engagement platform. They are very well represented. So that gives them an opportunity to share their concerns, to follow up on actions that they have raised before, and also bring on board new ideas. So that is part of it. Let me go through quickly the second segment of the question, which is talking about the human impact or human judgment impact in automated processes. So the first question you should ask yourself is, what is the risk benefit of automating and not automating? Where will you face the most catastrophic health and safety incidents? You can begin from that point. If automation is the yes, then you go for it. If manual activities are a yes, then you can wait and learn by experience. But so to control the impact of human complacency in automated processes, we begin with sharing incident alerts, beginning from near misses. A near miss is a learning point. So when we have our colleagues in Kenya, KBR, and then Tanzania, Serengeti, so when an incident happens on any of those sites, it is shared across with clear actions related to that process, activity, or incident. So that provides an opportunity on the site for you to go and reassess, reevaluate the way you perform that activity. If there is a gap, you will pick it there and then, and you control it. Secondly, we do integrity checks, audits, and inspections of those processes on a monthly basis. Then the last one is that there is a proper program for asset care management. It entails a lot, but it keeps our assets very good in performance. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Let's go straight to Eacosh, Uganda.
Thank you so much. Now, interestingly, there was no question directed directly to me. But in addition to all that has been said, I just wanted to comment on two other issues which have been talked about still. Effective leadership in the informal sector. Of course, we haven't yet implemented it in Uganda effectively, but what I would envisage as effective leadership, because the informal sector doesn't have the kind of setup that we have in the formal sector, where we have a leader that you can call to task to explain certain systems. We are looking to draw on the experiences of our colleagues who have talked of having the people organized in groups, circles, associations, and things like that, so that you can reach your message out to them well. My emphasis in this regard is that these chairpersons of these associations and groups and circles may not have as much authority or power, maybe I could be wrong, as say a CEO of a factory or a certain organized workplace. So I am thinking we need to now again still talk about the leaders, their mindsets, so that they serve as champions. They set the example for their fellow, say, border riders at that stage, because he might not be able to force his colleagues to do something. But then if they watch his behavior and his behavior is exemplary, then they would follow suit. So we need to target these champions. Identify those you feel have influence over their peers, so that we can use them now to to spread the occupational safety and health message. Of course, we have to build relationships instead of trying to be the ones that are bearing the whip. Then I also wanted to add my voice to the aspect of corporate social responsibility, which was asked in regard to ensuring safety of the communities that we operate in. My addition is that our corporate social responsibility efforts should not be what the company feels they want to do for the community, but in these engagements that you have with the communities, you pick what it is their pain point, and let our corporate social responsibility actions be addressing those issues, because we have seen companies which are operating in communities and they are giving out schools, they are building schools, they are giving out certain staff, giving out staff to the community, and yet the community is complaining that this company, this organization is making noise for us, is polluting our water source. So we need to target our interventions for the community in the direction that the community needs these interventions.
All right, great.
I thank you very much.
All right, we'd like to give a round of applause for our speakers today. And as we wind up on this session, I would like to do a quick recognition of a few practitioners here that I've been seeing around doing much of the great works. Maybe, I don't know, I'd seen around Nicodemus that has been so much leveraging the future of Uganda through university interactions, looking at, I think I've seen the initiatives in Makerere University and Chambogo University with the clinics that is building the future of safety. I think, and I've also seen some campaigns on road transport from, I think, Gloria, so which have been like really going on great. We appreciate our roads are now safer with your activations and campaigns. I don't know where Ronald has gone, but I've seen Ronald Bete pushing a lot of engagements, talk shows, host different practitioners to come and speak and push much more onto health and safety. And I think I've also seen Brian Ahimbisiwe, who serves on the regional psychosocial support and represented us in the US on the International Day for Mental Health, talking about workplace safety in Africa and the perspective how we can actually change it under the Voice of America. So I cannot mention as much. We have all been doing great in our capacities, but I just wanted to say that we see you. Those who are pushing these concepts, those who are pushing these awareness programs, we see you. The government sees you, and that's why they are pushing so much for private-public partnerships. I would like to also ask the panel team to stand up here for a group photo. So the photographer should be close by. We take a group photo, and then we head in for lunch. But as we wait for lunch, on the International Day for Mental Health, which is 10th of October, we have the first occupational health and safety golf tournament that seeks for psychosocial support for workers. And I'm proud to say that SHAO was one of our first support partners. But of course, the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, who endorsed as well. And we were supposed to have the ILO representative, and I managed to reach out during the break, and Mr. Karen Kimati Molaga has sent her regards. She couldn't make it, and but she is with us, and she says that Uganda is at heart in regards to pushing occupational health and safety, and the ILO can always come in one way or the other if time can allow. So I would like us to have a group photo here. Was it? Hello?
And number 2 is because it is giving us the reforms in terms of sector reforms that we are all envisioning out of this session. One of the things that they have spoken about is messaging need to change. The other thing is informal sector inclusion. And the third thing is political and technical lobby. Thank you very much. And the last but not least is about CSR. So what we'll be doing after this session, remember this is a special session we had talked about, is we will tomorrow have a call to action around the 3-4 reforms that we have discussed. And we are happy to be represented by Kenya and Uganda, and this we will follow through. So with that, allow us to take a very beautiful photo.
The
for
photographer
our
who is taking the photo, I don't see the camera guy. Let's do this faster.
So as they're taking that photo, allow me to make a few announcements. One of the very key announcements is to request our members, colleagues, to walk around the booths. Please find time to see the wonderful things the booth exhibitors are showing, and also to appreciate the work that has been done by our wonderful exhibitors. So please find time during the breaks to walk around. The other announcement is that we are expecting the minister at 3 p.m., meaning that your lunch break is shorter, and acknowledging that in the military that you usually get seated before your boss comes in. We anticipate all of you to be seated 10 minutes before 3. So allow us to very fast go through lunch. You have lunch vouchers that have Royal as a restaurant and another one that has a TT. So the ones who have a voucher written Royal will go to the Royal restaurant. The one that have a voucher written TT on top there, they will go to the TT restaurant. We will have some of the organizing committees direct you to the respective restaurants. Please enjoy your lunch, and I'll come to remind you who has paid for that lunch. Thank you very much.
So the TT restaurant is the one on the left of the reception. The Royal restaurant is the one adjacent to the hall. It's just in front of the lounge. Yes, it has Royal restaurant. So kindly check your ticket so that you go to the right restaurant. Thank you. Enjoy your lunch. As I pray for it, Father, in the name of Jesus, we thank you for this lunch. May it go where it's supposed to go, and we eat it very quickly and come back here to 10 minutes to 3. In Jesus' name we've prayed. Amen. Your properties, kindly, you can take the essential ones with you. If you don't have a lunch coupon, kindly come and see me. I give you a lunch coupon.
You've seen the vision, you've felt the scale of what's coming. Kawalega Petrol-based Industrial Park is open for business, and your expression of interest will be your first step in. Before the window opens, get ready. Visit the KIP investor portal at kip.unoc.com and download your free expression of interest investor guide with everything you need to prepare in one place. Your company documentation, your project details, your track record, your commitment to Uganda, all laid out step by step. Have a question before you begin? Reach our investor relations team at support.kip@unoc.com for any support. Invest in KIP, invest in Uganda. Kawalega Petrol-based Industrial Park, a project by the Uganda National Oil Company, UNOC. You've seen the vision, you've felt the scale of what's coming. Kawalega Petrol-based Industrial Park is open for business, and your expression of interest will be your first step in. Before the window opens, get ready. Visit the KIP investor portal at kip.unoc.com and download your free expression of interest investor guide with everything you need to prepare in one place. Your company documentation, your project details, your track record, your commitment to Uganda, all all laid out step by step. Have a question before you begin? Reach our investor relations team at support.kip@unoc.com for any support. Invest in KIP, invest in Uganda. Kabalega Petrol-Based Industrial Park, a project by the Uganda National Oil Company, UNOC.
the years, we have created unforgettable moments of glitz, glamour, and professionalism. We have ignited change, birthed game-changing solutions, and celebrated excellence in health, safety, sustainability, and environmental landscape. And now, AfriSave is back, bigger than ever.
In a world where progress and infrastructure development is constant, there is a need to strike a balance to adhere to the principles of sustainable development. Geotropic Consults is an environment and social safeguards practice incorporated in Uganda since 2014. And it's our core mandate to ensure that as we execute services for our clients, we ensure that the people who work for us and with us, the communities within which we operate, and the environment are safeguarded.
We operate in 5 major core areas, and first core area is environmental management, and that's where we do impact assessments, that's where we do audits, that's where we do social baselines. The other core area that we operate in is in terms of planning and policy, and that's where we do feasibility studies and baselines and ensuring that we characterize the environment and the receptors are really taken care of in terms of ensuring that we have appropriate mitigation measures. And the third area that we work in is health and safety. A health environment and a secure environment, both for people, but then also the people that and the workplace is very, very critical. And we support our clientele to ensure that health and safety is at the heart of everything that we do. We do also support our clientele in terms of ensuring ISO training and preparing the requisite plans and policies and procedures and documentation for our clientele to be able to secure certification, for example, health and safety, environment management, and quality standards. Last but not least, we are into policy, research, and advocacy. We do a lot of research in terms of agriculture, in terms of education, extension to inform intervention, to inform change, to inform policy. That's also an area that we have worked with our clientele, both national and international level. Importantly, we draw on a critical mass of researchers and associates, both within Geotropic, but also in academia, both at national level, but also at national level, to be able to tailor and come up with appropriate solutions and products and services to our clientele.
We are also members of the UN Global Compact, where we espouse the principles of sustainability. We have been able to offer services in the entire energy sector. Talk about generation, transmission, and distribution. We've been able to offer services in that subsector, and more recently, we've been involved and are continuing to get involved in activities in the oil and gas space in Uganda. Geotropic Consults calls upon you to continue working with us for a sustainable future.
Hello, colleagues from the East African Community Occupational Safety and Health Conference. My name is Maria Mandu and I am the Social Development Manager at Eacosh, based in the UK. The National Examination Board in Occupational Safety and Health is an organisation that runs a number of qualifications internationally in health, safety, well-being and environment. I am devastated that I cannot make the day today, but I hope that this short speech will show our support for the conference, as well as some of the fantastic initiatives that we are doing through the Social Purpose Programme. Our Social Purpose Programme is designed to give back to the world of occupational safety and health. We have over 25 projects running in 11 countries, and we are so pleased to support initiatives in Africa and specifically Uganda. The number of activities that we have in Africa is increasing. We have a women's PPE project based in Nigeria. We have a deaf awareness and health and safety training program in Kenya. And we also have an artisanal and small-scale mining project going on in Zimbabwe and Uganda. The results for these initiatives have been fantastic. We have managed to reach collectively over 75,000 indirect beneficiaries across the full program across the world. The initiative in Uganda has really picked up in terms of artisanal and small-scale mining, identifying new ways in which we can be safer and encouraging small mining to be a safe practice. We support those projects for people who cannot advocate for themselves, particularly in the informal working sector, and we really champion the work that is going on in Africa and particularly East Africa. We are keen to support projects in East Africa, and we welcome expressions of interest when our window of opportunity opens for funding, which will be next April. I would be very, very pleased to speak to anybody that would be interested in supporting our social purpose programme. I wish you a very good conference and a really great day, and apologies I couldn't be there again, but know that Eacosh support this initiative and I hope that the conference goes really well. Thank you and goodbye.
You've seen the vision, you've felt the scale of what's coming. Kawalega Petrol-based Industrial Park is open for business, and your expression of interest will be your first step in. Before the window opens, get ready. Visit the KIP Investor Portal at kip.unoc.com and download your free expression of interest investor guide with everything you need to prepare in one place. Your company documentation, your project details, your track record, your commitment to Uganda, all laid out step by step. Have a question before you begin? Reach our investor relations team at support.kip@unoc.com for any support. Invest in KIP, invest in Uganda. Kawalega Petrol-based Industrial Park, a project by the Uganda National Oil Company, UNOC.
Hello, colleagues from the East African Community Occupational Safety and Health Conference. My name is Maria Mandu, and I am the Social Development Manager at Eacosh, based in the UK. The National Examination Board in Occupational Safety and Health is an organisation that runs a number of qualifications internationally in health, safety, well-being and environment. I am devastated that I cannot make the day today, but I hope that this short speech will show our support for the conference, as well as some of the fantastic initiatives that we are doing through the Social Purpose Programme. Our Social Purpose Programme is designed to give back to the world of occupational safety and health. We have over 25 projects running in 11 countries, and we are so pleased to support initiatives in Africa and specifically Uganda. The number of activities that we have in Africa is increasing. We have a women's PPE project based in Nigeria. We have a deaf awareness and health and safety training program in Kenya. And we also have an artisanal and small-scale mining project going on in Zimbabwe and Uganda. The results for these initiatives have been fantastic. We have managed to reach collectively over 75,000 indirect beneficiaries across the full program across the world. The initiative in Uganda has really picked up in terms of artisanal and small-scale mining, identifying new ways in which we can be safer and encouraging small mining to be a safe practice. We support those projects for people who cannot advocate for themselves, particularly
Over the years, we have created unforgettable moments of glitz, glamour, and professionalism. We have ignited change, bettered game-changing solutions, and celebrated excellence in health, safety, sustainability, and environmental landscape. And now, AfriSave is back, bigger than ever.
In a world where progress and infrastructure development is constant, there is a need to strike a balance to adhere to the principles of sustainable development. Geotopic Consults is an environment and social safeguards practice incorporated in Uganda since 2014. And it's our core mandate to ensure that as we execute services for our clients, we ensure that the people who work for us and with us, the communities within which we operate, and the environment are safeguarded.
We operate in 5 major core areas, and first core area is environmental management, and that's where we do impact assessments, that's where we do audits, that's where we do social baselines. The other core area that we operate in is in terms of planning and policy, and that's where we do feasibility studies and baselines and ensuring that we characterize the environment and the receptors are really taken care of in terms of ensuring that we have appropriate mitigation measures.
Nange mwebale mwebale abalungi mwebale fenna betwalaba abagenyi twabalamusa mwenna fenna betwalaba abagenyi twabalamusa abalungi mwebale fenna betwalaba abagenyi olwaleero olunaku lw'amaanyi fenna betwalaba abagenyi ne minisita naye yatuuka fenna betwalaba abagenyi laba abaami ab'ebbeeyi fenna betwalaba abagenyi waliwo abakyala bambadde ebitiibwa fenna betwalaba abagenyi twabalamusa mwenna ffenna be twalaba abagenyi yadde mutumye emmere bannange ffenna be twalaba abagenyi twabalamusa mwenna ffenna be twalaba abagenyi olwaleero olunaku lwa bbeeyi wololo nimbasakanye eddoboozi lya gono abange wololo twabalamusa mwenna twabalamusa mwenna owange neyanze olunaku lw'amaanyi owange wololo mwali kabaka mwali mama wololo mwali alamula empologoma ensajja ffenna be twalaba abagenyi twabalamusa mwenna ffenna be twalaba abagenyi twabalamusa mwenna ffenna be twalaba abagenyi twabalamusa mwenna ffenna be twalaba abagenyi twabalamusa mwebale wolo mwebale abalungi mwebale mama ne minisita yaye yatuuka twalamusa mwenna twabalamusa wololo abalungi mwebale wololo twabalamusa mwenna owange ligenda nabedda twabalamusa mwenna wololo mwebale abalungi mwebale mama wololo eno yebuladde banange gyowulira ne minisita naye yatuuka wolololo mwebale banange mwebale mama twabalamusa mwenna mama ligenda nabedda baliwo abalenzi abazamba ebitiibwa wololo balungi mwebale tweyanze banange tweyanze mama ligenda n'abaana mwebale banange mwebale wololo twabalamusa mwenna twabalamusa abalungi abagalwa wololo twabalamusa mwenna mama ndigenda n'abaliwo biriwo ebirenze ebisamba byendaba wololo twabalamusa mwenna nabe twalaba abagenyi twabalamusa mwenna wololololo mumpe ku ngalo abalungi abagalwa mama owange yongeze engoma njulire sebo owange yongeze engoma njulire sebo bena betwalaba abagenyi owange owaddabo konda benze wololo eno ebuladde banange gyowulira bena betwalaba twabalamusa mwenna bena betwalaba abagenyi twabalamusa mwenna wololo twabalamusa mwenna awange wololo ne minisita naye yatuuka neyanze biriwo ebirenze ebisamba byendaba owange wololo olwaleero omukolo gw'amaanyi wololololo mwebale banange mwebale mama mwebale abalenzi abawano wololo ndigenda n'abaliwo jano tumukunda omuzeeyi wange naye atuuse wange twabalamusa mwenna owange abagenyi abalungi ab'ebbeeyi mama ne minisita naye yatuuka wololololo ne minisita naye yatuuka twabalamusa mwenna neyanze banange neyanze olwaleero olunaku lwa bbeeyi twabalamusa abalungi abagalwa owange ndigenda n'abaliwo ebireze byendaba mama twabalamusa mwenna ndigenda n'abaliwo twabalamusa abalungi mwebale twabalamusa owange ndigenda n'abedda twabalamusa abalungi abagalwa owange eno yebuladde banange gyowulira ndigenda n'abaliwo mwebale banange mwebale mwebale abalungi mwebale owange ndigenda n'abaliwo owange ndigenda n'abaana twabalamusa banange mwebale owange ndigenda n'abaliwo twabalamusa banange mwebale mama ne minisita naye yatuuse owange ndigenda n'abaliwo ku lunaku olw'ebbeeyi olulungi bwe luti mama abakyala n'abaami mwebale okujja abanga b'ebitiibwa owange walala olwaleero omukolo gw'amaanyi ffenna be twalaba abagenyi twabalamusa mwenna ndigenda n'abaliwo mwebale banange mwebale wololololo ab'e Kenya banange mwebale ololo ndigenda n'abaliwo ab'e Uganda banange mwebale ffenna be twalaba abagenyi twabalamusa mwenna wololololo twabalamusa mwenna ndigenda n'abedda mwebale banange mwebale wololololo eno yebulade banange gyowulira mama twabalamusa balungi abagalwa twabalamusa ndigenda n'abaliwo wololololo twabalamusa ndigenda n'abaliwo mwebale okujja abanga b'ebitiibwa wololo mwebale okujja abanga bagalwa wulira mama ndigenda n'abaliwo mwebale okujja abanga bagalwa wulira mwebale banange mwebale ololololo mwebale banange mwebale mwebale banange mwebale ololololo wololo owange twabalamusa abalungi abagalwa ffenna be twalaba abagenyi twabalamusa abalungi abagalwa kujja abagenyi mwebale okujja abanga b'ebitiibwa kujja abagenyi mwebale okujja kujja abagenyi mwebale okujja abanga b'oluganda abagenyi mwebale okujja abanga b'ebitiibwa kujja abagenyi mwebale okujja abanga b'ebitiibwa abagenyi mwebale okujja abanga b'ebitiibwa abagenyi mwebale okujja abanga b'oluganda abagenyi mwebale okujja abanga b'ebitiibwa abagenyi mwebale okujja abanga b'oluganda nyaba abagenyi mwebale olwaleero olunaku lwa bbeeyi abagenyi mwebale okujja abanga b'oluganda abagenyi nyimba nsakanya bagana bange abagenyi mwebale okujja abanga b'ebitiibwa abagenyi mwebale okujja abanga b'oluganda nyaba abagenyi ne minisita naye yatuuka abagenyi mwebale okujja abanga b'ebitiibwa abagenyi mwebale okujja abanga b'oluganda abagenyi mwebale okujja abanga b'ebitiibwa era mwebale okujja abanga b'oluganda abagenyi mwebale okujja abanga b'oluganda abagenyi mwebale okujja abanga b'ebitiibwa wololo mwebale okujja abanga b'oluganda
Hello?
atamukute agamba yaye kwatira ddala onyweze atamukute agamba kwatira ddala onyweze
Hey, hello.
atamukute agamba kwatira ddala onyweze atamukute agamba kwatira ddala onyweze atamukute agamba kwatira ddala onyweze
All right, give a round of applause to the warm welcome for our chief guest. So I would like us to go on our feet right now as we sing the national anthem. That's going to be led by our very own princess, the Princess of Uganda here.
Good afternoon, our esteemed delegates. My name is Davida Shakir Bereket. We are going to sing the Ugandan anthem. O Uganda, may God uphold thee. We lay our future in thy hands. United, free for liberty, together we always stand. O Uganda, the land of freedom, our love and labor we give. For our own dear land, we will always stand the pearl of Africa's crown. Mungu taomba uilinde Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuwajibike, tuimarike, umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Thank you.
Let's give another round of applause to our princess here for taking us through the anthems. Without wasting much more time, we would like to invite the Commissioner, Occupational Health and Safety Department under the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development to introduce our chief guest. So as the Commissioner is prepping our chief guest, I hope the lunch was amazing. I hope we are all energized and we are ready to listen from our very own Honorable Minister of Gender, Labor and Social Development, duly going to be introduced by the Commissioner, Occupational Health and Safety Department.
Thank you so much, MC. Honorable Minister of Gender, Labor and Social Development, General Henry Tumukunde, representatives of the institutions from our sister countries in the East African community, the presidents of the association from these sister departments and associations in the East African community, practitioners here present, ladies and gentlemen. This afternoon I stand here on behalf of the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, Mr. Agre David Chibenge, who unfortunately was not able to join us for this conference, but has delegated me to officiate on his behalf and conveys his warm regards. Honorable Minister, we are very happy to receive you this afternoon. And in the room we have over 100 participants who are representing 5 countries: Eswatini, South Sudan, Somalia, Kenya, and Tanzania. And we are still hopeful that we shall be joined by Rwanda and Burundi, hopefully in the course of the day or by tomorrow. Honorable Minister, this event is proudly sponsored by a number of companies and organizations, many of whom I may not mention in the interest of time, but we have visited their stalls, and we appreciate all the support that they have given us towards making this event a very big success. We thank all the exhibitors who are here with us to showcase what they are doing in terms of health and safety. Honorable Minister, since the morning started, we have had a number of conversations and we continue to engage, and we are looking forward to hearing what it is that government of Uganda has for us this afternoon, and I request that I do not take more of your time. I would like to take this very opportunity to invite you, Honorable Minister General Tumukunde, to officially open this conference. I thank you so much, and you are very welcome, sir.
He deserves a louder round of applause.
Our representatives from the sister East African countries, I have been excused by my boss that I don't have to rush so much, so now I have a bit of time. Can we recognize Eswatini? Let me look at Eswatini. Stand up for recognition. Eswatini. Very good. Please pass our regards to your king. South Sudan, our brothers from South Sudan. Oh, good to see you. Good to see you. Pass our regards to our brothers. Somalia. Oh, they are not here. Then Tanzania. Meshukuru kuwaona. And I'm told you now have a new vice president who is my friend. Please pass my regards to him. Say we are extremely privileged to have him on top of things. He's a very good friend of mine. His Excellency now Ndajembi. Kenya, mtu wetu wa Kenya. Wengine nilikuwa niliwaona wakati wengine. Good to see you. Welcome. You look very fresh. Then, of course, the Ugandan team is big. We can't have everybody stand up. Now, first of all, I want to tell you that we are extremely to receive you here, our visitors. Thank you for being with us on this very, very important matter that has got to do with our people who provide labor and who provide professional services, and therefore the subject of making sure that they are very taken care of when it comes to their health and safety. Permanent secretaries and senior government officials, the chief executive officers here present, our social partners, the employers and workers, please always be grateful to people who sponsor you. That's why I had to take photographs with everybody. And next time around, we want more sponsors. Please pass the message that I'm the one in charge now, so since I know most of them, they should give us sponsorship. The President, Executive Committee, and members of the Safety and Health Association of Uganda, please stand up for recognition. I'd met one of you. And then the executive representative from Tanzania, Occupational Health and Safety Association, TOHASA. Nimefurahi kuona mama. You look like my sisters, you know. And then the distinguished, and of course the Kenyan senior person I met before I came here. Meshukuru kuona. I think he's a commissioner in the Kenyan ministry. Ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon. My apologies, should have been the morning, but we had a session of another round of things that we had. It gives me great pleasure to welcome you to Uganda for this inaugural East African Community Occupational Safety and Health Conference. The two-day conference themed Building Resilient and Inclusive Workplaces, OSH for formal and informal economies comes at an important time for East Africa as our economies are rapidly growing and transforming. As a country, we have embarked on an ambitious tenfold economic growth journey with global reports indicating Uganda's sustained economic growth of 5 to 6% per year, driven by agriculture, services, a growing industrial sector, as well as a youthful population of 45 point, I think this is the whole population of Uganda, but 72% of this, with a labor force of 13.429 million workers. These are records we've got from Uganda Bureau of Statistics. The African Development Bank confirms East Africa as the fastest growing region in Africa. I think you should clap for yourselves. Of course, we are also harmonized by same language, same general kind of people. That's why you can always go to Tanzania and speak a language and they will understand you. Go to Kenya, speak a Ugandan language and they understand you. So, African Development Bank confirms East Africa as the fast growing region in Africa, which presents both opportunities for unprecedented growth as well as challenges in terms of generating decent employment. That's an important point. As industrialization and technological advancement alter the workplaces as we previously knew it, the ever-changing employment dynamics create unprecedented opportunities as well as emerging OSH risks. The International Labour Organization estimates over 395 million work-related injuries and over 3 million work-related deaths annually, resulting in 4% of GDP loss globally. That's very big. I think we need to work hard to address this. Uganda, over the first 5 years, has been intentional in addressing OSH issues with a focus on workplace registration, inspection, and awareness creation, all aimed at promoting OSH compliance. The rate of workplaces registered and inspections have grown from less than 900 inspections per year in 2020 to over 1,000 in 2025, still very small, despite the dwindling number of inspectors. The workplaces registered have also increased from 500 workplaces per year to over 1,800 workplaces registered in 2025. I don't know if this is very accurate. In the last financial year alone, over 4,000 workers, employers, members of the general public were sensitized about OSH through targeted training, OSH posters, radio, television, and social media campaigns. Where are my media people? I had some arrangement with them yesterday. Wako hapa? They didn't come today. Okay then, unfortunately, Uganda's official baseline of OSH injuries and accidents is still underway to document the national OSH profile, which will detail the available OSH competencies and Uganda current OSH performance. As a region, we must be intentional in keeping OSH at the heart of our development agenda because the engine that drives national economies, the workforce, is critical if we are to have productive and healthy economies. Every worker, regardless of sector, occupation, or status, deserve to work in an environment that protects their dignity, health, and well-being, and life, of course. Each East African state must reflect the conference's theme by implementing OSH promotion measures in both formal and informal sectors. Through the tripartite structures, since over 80% of East Africa's population earn their livelihoods through informal work, locally referred to as Juakali, whereas it provides a temporary cushion against unemployment, presents limitations in regard to government tax revenues and work protection as the workers face significant occupational risks with limited access to health services, social protection, and safety resources. Government efforts to promote OSH must therefore go beyond the formal setting and respond to the realities of workers across the entire economy in promoting this fundamental human right of every worker. I must emphasize that regional cooperation will be essential in strengthening our policies and institutions, as well as promoting consistent worker protection standards across the East African community. These my people write a lot of literature. Hosting the inaugural East African OSH Conference 2026 is therefore our declaration that Uganda is committed to curbing work-related injuries and ill health. We call upon all stakeholders in the region to come and on board and put the necessary time, resources, and commitment to make decent work a reality for all workers in East Africa. I encourage our young professionals and emerging leaders to take active role in shaping the future of occupational health and safety in the region. Bring your innovative ideas, your voices heard, build necessary networks, and play an active part in sharing your knowledge, skills, and partnership so as to influence workplaces for improved OSH performance. The government of Uganda is committed to providing public safety and well-being of the people of Uganda, and will continue to mobilize the necessary resources and ensure required policy environment for OSH promotion. I conclude by reiterating the fact that as a nation, we treasure our workforce and we are ready to partner with other stakeholders in Uganda and within the region as we together devise all possible means to create decent employment for our youthful population. I therefore commend the Safety and Health Association of Uganda, my kudos, and its regional partners for this initiative in convening this important forum. On behalf of the government of Uganda, I say to all these delegates, speakers, exhibitors, and partners, karibuni Uganda, asanteni kwa kuchagua kuja Kampala. Furahini muda wenu hapa nasi. People are attempting on Swahili, impressive. I say all this for God and my country. Maybe
a very big round of applause for our guest speaker.
Maybe a few points that I can give off the cuff. First of all, I one time attended a China strategy meeting. If you see how much they know about East Africa, how you are a common language, common type of people, the crossing of interests, even in ethnicity and cultural similarities, is something we the East Africans don't seem to know. You can also tell how we are now being interdependent. Look at the road networks, the rail networks coming up, very ambitious programs. The other day I heard the Ethiopians are also trying to open a route to the Red Sea through South Sudan and then connecting to Uganda. There is quite a lot in motion. We are a common people, we look alike, we speak the same language, and we all speak one language, by the way, when it comes to official language, apart from bits of French, but also which is also now adopting the English language. But I want also to remind you that, for example, in our case of Uganda, we have 5.5 million Ugandans. They are neither in employment, neither in any training, and they are neither in any form of education. Whereas indeed you are worried about the safety of those who have work, I want also to open your eyes as you go back to your different capitals on having to look up these people, and we try to give them sufficient attention. Of course, there is also the other fundamentals. We need to start shaping the budget. Yesterday I was talking to Parliament, and I said we may have to start shaping budget according to earnings. For example, my ministry earns quite a bit. I would want to expect a budget that also reflects the same. But also, most importantly, we may have to start attaching demography to the budget, ratios. The number of people in a country should attract programs and budget targets that are, equal to the number of people in these different countries. East Africa, as you have heard, is a swift developing area. We have quite a lot of resources most people don't seem to have. We have the ocean, we have the lakes, we have, sufficient rainfall despite some of the times when we are a bit dry. And of course, a very, very progressive population. I was talking to a Saudi man who imports labor from these regions. He said East Africa provides one of the best compared to Philippines and Bangladesh. So you can give yourself a bit of kudos on this matter. But still, we need to focus on our merits while doing hard enough to make sure that we remain ahead of others. So please pass on our regards to everybody in your own hometowns, and please enjoy Uganda as it can be. Uganda, we now market Kampala as an entertainment city. For some of you, I see you are quite young. You be sure that you explore the nightclubs of the town and many other ventures. And Uganda is safe, don't you worry. There will not be any issues. But they are also very socially active. So that marks the end of my remarks.
Let's give another round of applause to our Honorable Minister.
Maybe I should thank the sponsors. Please clap for them, the sponsors. Thank you very much. And thank Madame Katusabe and her group for doing
a big round of applause to Dosh.
I think finally let me have a picture with the senior people of the different areas here so that we can take advantage of this very colorful scenery. Thank you very much.
All right then, let's give another round of applause to the Honorable General Minister. So on this we are going to have, all right, we shall have a program on how we are doing this. So we shall start with Shao leadership to take a quick snapshot with the General. So you've had WASPAC, please rush. As you've heard, we are on a firing squad, so it has to be as fast as possible. Please, let's be close by. Tohasa leadership should be close by. You're a team from Tohasa. Tanzania. Iko wapi? How about this? Okay. The organizing committee, be close by. All right, let's have Southern Sudan. Let's have Southern Sudan first. The organizing committee can hold on for now. Yeah, you can come close by. Southern Sudan and Eswatini should be close by. Eswatini can get close by. Well, you've parted with a gift. Nice. Other countries, Probably our Kenyans have learned. Eswatini, please. All right, Eswatini. Probably they will bring you a gift from the king. All right, Dosh Kenya. Dosh Kenya. Go. No. Dosh Uganda, then organizing committee. What you mean? Guys are bigger than me. Yeah, for sponsors, of course. All right, Dosh Uganda. Dosh Uganda, please. Dosh Uganda, there's a big team here. Please run to the front. The picture will leave you. Yeah? And when we are doing the report and we don't see you with the minister, you were not here. You were not here, I'm telling you. Yeah. Organizing committee. And the sponsors should be ready. Yeah, maybe they can extend a bit in front so that they can be able to fit. Organizing committee, please. You have to be seen. Otherwise, you did not organize this event. Where are the sponsors? Are the sponsors ready? Okay, those who have colors, the minister has a thing for our content. Yeah, those with some African beat, some culture. Sponsors, please be coming ahead. Come on. There is a gentleman coming on. Give him, yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Are the partners here? Sponsors, sorry. All right, sponsors, come on. And our princess can be getting close by with amazing voice that took us through the national and East African anthem. All right, labor officers, be close by. Labor officers. We are having one with the princess. All right, labor workers, please, labor officers. Labor officers. And of course, the last but not least, the MCs, the esteemed MCs, please come ahead. Why not? right, thank you very much, General, Honorable Minister, for your time and being able to be here to take pictures with all of us. We very, very much appreciate your presence. So now we are going on to the next session, which is the panel discussion. And Lucy will be taking us through that program.
I think that was a beautiful session in regards to key opening session. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. And also we thank you for your time that you've given us today. We don't take it for granted that you've accorded us your time to be here. And now we want to start off with the afternoon session. And we will start off with a panel discussion. And the discussion will be focusing on Vision Zero. You remember we started the conversation in the morning where we are moving beyond compliance. And now we want to have a discussion, and it will be chaired by one and only Mr. Justus Bosire Nyakego. We will also allow him to invite his panelists. So please join me in welcoming him to the podium. It doesn't look like an afternoon after lunch club. Thank you very much. Okay. Okay. And the session is also co-chaired by one and only President Tohasa, Madam Caroline, who will help DOSH Kenya with the conversations. And they will help us invite others. So I want them to activate their mics. As they're activating their mics, the title of the session is Vision Zero Operationalization in the Informal Sector. Thank you, Honorable Minister. You've called it out as it should be. And OSH in emerging small and medium enterprises and emerging industries. That will be our discussion for the session. Over to you, Mr. Justus, and take us through the session. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chair, for that opportunity. This is a session that is supposed to take us to the situation where we have our SMEs. In Kenya, we call them the Jua Kali sector, small and medium and micro enterprises. In Tanzania, I don't know how you call them. My colleague, what do you call them in Tanzania? In Uganda, how do you call them? The small and micro enterprises, how do you call them? Is there a special name? The border and the like? They call them Juakali just like Kenya and other names. But majorly in Kenya we call them Juakali. Sudan, how do you call them? Do you have a special name for small and micro entrepreneurs in Sudan? Anybody, Sudanese? Eswatini, how do you call them? You don't have a name. Maybe they don't feature very well in those countries, but In our country, Kenya, they command the lion's share of our economy, and we regard them quite a lot. In this session, we are going to see how we are going to put our heads together to make sure that we bring them on board in the occupational safety and health services, so that as they support our economy, like in Kenya, they do support a big chunk of the economy, we will have them safe and healthy, so that they can even bring more to our economy than anything else. And I wish to maybe allow my colleague to comment before we proceed.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair. Maybe just lightly on Vision Zero, as it was presented before by Mr. Alex. Vision Zero provides an important principle: workplace death, injuries, and ill health should not be accepted as an inevitable cost of economic activities. Yet, operationalizing Vision Zero in East Africa presents a particular challenge because a substantial proportion of economic activities occur within informal enterprises and small and emerging businesses. So now I want our chair to welcome our panelists, so then we can start directly to our discussions. Thank you.
I would wish to invite the MC maybe to call our panelists so that they join us here in front.
Our honorable chief guest, besides implementing safety, we also do a bit of writing. And this session, we want to do 2 paper presentations that will take 10 minutes each. And allow me to invite Mr. Ivan, and he'll be presenting on knowledge, attitudes, practices, and factors associated with personal protective equipment used among coffee processing factory workers in Kimbinge sub-county, Bukoma, Simbi district, Uganda. I hope I have not butchered those names. Thank you. Please go ahead with your paper. In case you're more comfortable standing, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. I was expecting a presentation to be shared rather than a paper, but I don't know. I shared. I don't know. Sorry.
Could you please put up the presentation?
Okay, I think we can begin with with whatever we have.
Yeah.
Because time is not on our side. So I did a study on knowledge, attitudes, and practices on PPE use, and PPE is personal protective equipment among coffee processing factory workers. Yeah, as you know, Uganda is more of becoming a coffee producing country, and coffee is really booming business in Uganda. And this study was conducted in Masaka sub-region, and it's really in Chivinge sub-county, Bukomansimbi district. Just to give you a background, coffee processing involves, first of all, drying the cherries, and then dry processing, because Uganda, we rely on the sun to dry the coffee. We use dry processing whereby coffee is where coffee is processed. So there are a number of emerging coffee processing factories where workers, trained and untrained, engage to really process the coffee. A lot of risks and hazards are emerging as part of this business, which include exposure to organic dust, endotoxins, but also dust, but also it involves heavy carrying of loads such as coffee bags, which can lead to musculoskeletal injuries, but also crashes, head crashes, back pain, and dry processing being the main processing form. It has been a study that was conducted in Tanzania exposed that exposures were greater than 12 milligrams per meter cubed in East African factories, which I hope is the same case for Uganda. So PPE is really the last on the hierarchy, but in most cases it's the most feasible because of the nature of SMEs. Affordability is really not with us because you cannot afford a machine that makes lesser noise. So you intend to use PPE by default. So all those lead to PPE use. But also now going to the study objective. The study objective was really to a CAP. CAP is knowledge, attitudes, and practices. So we assessed knowledge as a composite variable in terms of having many questions. It had like a total of 10 questions. And then we got a mean score for those 10 questions and used it as the cutoff. Those that are above the cutoff quantify or have good PPE use practices. Same for attitudes and same for practices. The sampling was really, we used Kish-Leslie method where we determined the sample size, but also adjusted for design effect, using a design effect of 1.5 to calculate the sample size, and we ended up with a sample size of 158 coffee processing factory workers. Eligible participants included those that had been employed in the factories in the last 6 months, and we excluded administrative staff, but also workers that were able to participate in the study. We reached out to 197 workers that were eligible to participate, but of course 39 were excluded to make up a total of 158 coffee processing factory workers. The mean score for knowledge was 2.35. Positive attitude was at an average of 13. But also good practices were at an average score of 5. Analysis was done in Stata to do descriptive analysis, but also multivariate logistic regression, where a p-value of less than 0.05 was considered as significant. So who were the coffee processing factory workers? 51.3% were permanent workers, as 34% were temporary workers, and 14% were on contract. History of injury or illnesses, 67%, I repeat this, 67% reported a history of work-related injury or illness, and most of them were breathing problems, as you know, the coffee dust and problems of respiration. 29.7% were hearing loss defects, and 24.1% were cuts and wounds. After measuring good practices, those that had good practices accounted for 55.1%, while those with a positive attitude towards PPE use were 51.9%, and those with good knowledge emerged the winners with 66.5%. Knowledge questions included awareness of any PPE policy, and that was the main gap, where 12.0% recorded to having known of any policy on PPE use or OSH related policy. Attitudes towards, here we are. I think we go to slide number, the one of results. Sorry, we continue. Attitudes. Those that perceived work as hazardous and requires PPE were 70.9%, and those that believed PPE use should be compulsory were 74.1%, and those that believed that coffee processing factory workers should wear PPE even without supervision recorded for, okay. I had skipped that part of the demographics, and mainly 72% were males and 27% were females. Age, majority of them were 17 to 27 years, yeah, but also 34% were 28 to 38 years, and the mean age was really 30 years. Education level, majority 60.8% were at secondary level, while at tertiary level we had only 10.1%, and those primary and below, they were 29.1%. I had finished that, and this is where I was completing with that. 38.6% viewed PPE as too expensive relative to its benefits, while most recognized types of PPE were masks, and on review of literature, that was attributed to COVID-19 and how behavior of COVID-19 translated into higher PPE use, mainly the masks, as people got used to them. Gloves were at 69.9%, and protective clothing were at 58.2%, headgear at 57.0%. About that is what I've just explained. 70.3% of the workers self-provide their PPEs. So the coffee processing factory workers don't dare to provide PPE to the coffee processing factory workers, and that is a big gap because the OSH Act of 2006 provides that an employer should provide PPE for their employees. 39.2% had received any formal training on PPE use, while 55.1% achieved the good practice threshold, as I had talked about, that practices and attitudes were measured as a composite variable. Factors associated with good PPE practices. 7, those that had attained tertiary education or university education had 7.8 times the odds of exhibiting higher or good practices of PPE than those that had not attained education at all. So here the comparator is really those that had no education at all. Good PPE, those that had knowledge about good PPE and PPE use were 3.9 times more likely to use PPE or to exhibit good practices of PPE use than those that had poor knowledge of PPE. Yeah, but also temporary workers, those that are employed seasonally or for a short while, exhibited poor, because when you interpret that odd, it's like saying they were 62% less likely to use PPE than those that were permanent workers in the factories. Those that had negative attitudes towards PPE use were 73 times less likely to exhibit good PPE practices than those that really had good attitudes towards PPE. Yeah, so interpretation of the cap gap, knowledge is not the bottleneck. The real barrier is structural, as we have revealed that 70.3% of the workers provided their own PPE. And you know, in SMEs, when you don't have money really for, because I think the Kiswahili word really is wananchi. Someone who is looking for mere ya lero, and then you're telling them to buy a helmet, to buy gloves, to buy masks. So really it's affordability, the issue. Attitudes were a mediator, because if someone has good knowledge and they have a good attitude, they are likely to exhibit good PPE use practices. Some of the few recommendations and the many that have been given to government of Uganda is really to strengthen enforcement of the OSH Act, as we have seen that employers don't provide PPE to their workers, yeah, but also factory owners and employees should supply. I don't know how best we can forego this, because really monitoring, it takes a lot of monitoring. Yeah, but also district health and labor forces should conduct routine workplace inspections, because one of the questions that we were asking as a complement to our studies, whether they have been inspected, and most, close to 95% had not been really inspected and monitored. Yeah, researchers is really to have a bigger study, as this was a CAP study and focused on one sub-county. It's really to have a larger sample size so as to get generalizable results that can inform policy. I want to thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ivan. And I think numbers don't lie, right? We have moved to data-driven discussions, data-driven decision making. Allow us to invite the second presenter, Sheila Akatukunda. She is the managing consultant of High Flyers International Limited, an environmental, social health, safety, and quality consultant. She holds a BSc in environmental science, technology, and management, and also a Master of Science in conservation, natural resources management, both from Kambogo University, together with Nebosh IGSC, with quite a number of ISOs. She is also an editor, and I think her profile is quite rich. And today she will be speaking about beyond compliance, embedding occupational safety and health in small and medium enterprises, productivity systems as a foundation for resilience and inclusive workplaces in East Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, with the permission from our guests, chief guests, allow us to welcome Mr. Sheila, Ms. Sheila. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. Akatkunda Sheila is my name, like I've been introduced. And away from the professional background, I also run a private business. So that's why I'm very passionate about SMEs. And I hope one day my SME will also grow to be big. It's called Sheila's Kitchenettes. I sell kitchenware. So, are the slides up? Well, I think we can proceed. I only have one argument that I need to put across to this audience, and it is embedded in OSH in our SMEs. It says OSH in our SMEs is not a compliance cost. It is what decides whether a business survives its worst day. And that is just the core of what we are going to discuss this afternoon. And the question I want to put across to you all is, how long do you think an SME would have to survive a small fire? If a small fire were to start, how long do you think this SME would have to survive it or to have the business lost completely? The fire masters in the room? Okay. Thank you. So how long does an SME have before a small fire becomes a total loss? Is it 3 to 5 minutes? 45 minutes? How long? This is what we are going to see as we proceed. So what I'm going to cover here is in 6 steps: the compliance trap, the field evidence from the training I conducted, 3 fires in detail, what the law already requires, this has been discussed in detail, repositioning OSH, and the recommendations. So SMEs, they carry the economy and the risk. Someone said, I think the Kenyan panelist said that the SMEs contribute to 80% of the economy in Kenya. That is also true for us. So SMEs generate a large share of employment and output across Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania, and Rwanda, and all the other countries that are represented in the room. The ILO finds this segment marked by limited resources, high informality, and low awareness of safety standards. And this, coupled with thin management, means that a small failure that would have been identified through an inspection goes undressed until it becomes an incident. By the time the failure becomes visible, it's already a loss. And then we need to look at the misreading. These are 2 very different readings of OSH. What the owners think, even in the formal sector, this is what the top management thinks. When you talk about OSH, what is in OSH? Have we quantified what we get out of it? And when you move on, you will see that a single fire can erase years of capital in one afternoon. And this is not a productivity issue. This is an issue of protecting your business. So you have 400 SMPs registered. But if a fire were to break out, how many of those would you lose? Well, that's a question we can all answer. So, what are the consequences? I've talked about the training that only reached SMEs that enrolled and actually got taken up in the program. The growth agencies, this is where we have Uganda Investment Authority, and we have DOSH. These people work under separate mandates. I don't know whether there is a point where they meet and they discuss how do we help the people you have brought on board. And then safety is never put to the SME as a growth question. I don't know why. I think this is time to change the narrative. So this is what I got from the Secular Economy OSH training. As a lead trainer, this was a leadership awareness training for all firms cohort 1. I was contracted through Top Cost Consult, Kenya, and it was commissioned by Bompic. There were 7 SMEs, and in the process, each company had to do a risk assessment by the leader. None of them had heard about OSH, none of them had a workplace registered, none of them had anything. But they were here in this room trying to close the gap in knowledge, thanks to the sponsorship that had been given to them. Now, these different companies had to identify, had to do a risk assessment and look at what are some of the things that could actually challenge them. One of them, of the SMEs which operates in the Mbara Industrial Park, said one time NEMA came and closed down everyone. They asked them, did you conduct environmental and social impact assessments? Unfortunately, we cannot separate environment from OSH. So NEMA and DOSH, they work hand in hand. And none of them knew what they were talking about. So I'm wondering if you don't know, because NEMA at least it sounds more, I'm wondering if DOSH went there, would they know what they're actually talking about? Another company had dust. It was a dusty process that they did not think that actually this dust could affect their workers. Another company, which was preparing herbal medicine, prepares their medicine in large pots of herbal medicine, boiled over open fire. There are risks of burns, but there are also risks of inhaling smoke. So those were some of the hazards and the risks that were identified. So the fire open operation, the dusty operation, I did not want to give them a generic checklist because I can do that, but I wanted people to go back and look into their operations and identify from what we had discussed, what do you think is your biggest challenge? Where do you think a problem would come from? For example, if someone had worked for you for 2 years and they come and report that they were healthy when they started, but because of the dust they have been exposed to, they have developed a problem with the lungs, would you defend that? You have not conducted a pre-employment assessment to know that this person came healthy or they came sick, so I have where to base if the argument like that came out. So I wanted them to look into their operations and we run this risk assessment together and we see how we can help them. Now, we have to look at the cost of neglect, the window that decides the outcome. In case of a fire, you have 1 minute, you have 0 minutes where the ignition starts. 3 to 5 minutes flashover, and then beyond, we have total loss. But in our Ugandan setting, in our Kampala setting, how long do you think a fire brigade will take to arrive at your scene? We have traffic jam, we don't have, some facilities are not accessible. So what do you think will happen in these many minutes that you're going to wait on a fire truck to arrive to your site? So the first 5 minutes actually decides the outcome. But more to it, it also decides what you have on site. You cannot have a business and you're depending on fire brigade that is far away. You will call them and they tell you they don't have fuel. So these are some of the challenges that we face in the SME world. So I look at one of the scenarios. This is the mini triangle zone, Makere Kavule. It was a fire incident that happened in February. These are carpentry workshops. There's a garage. There are shops side by side in a line. The fire began in the garage and it spread to the neighboring units. No suppression equipment, no separation, no trained responders. A hazard in one unit became every occupant's emergency. Probably the person in the garage was doing hot works. We don't know. And the people who had nothing to do with the activity in the garage faced the loss as well. What was lost? One investor said, one of the traders said they lost 30 million. Invested in furniture workshop since 2021. This was funded through parish development model. He had 6 employees. Luckily, there were no facilities, but the business went down. So these 6 people who have families, I had someone saying that they shifted, talking about safety on a personal perspective to a family level. So these are 6 employees who have very many families behind them that are depending on them that lost their livelihood. Another recorded that 20 million had been lost by this trader and was unable to save any goods from her shop. Another lost 70 million, sofa sets and compressors, financed through a bank and a microfinance. And the loans stay, much as you have lost your property, you have lost your source of livelihood. The loans will stay. So why these figures are terminal? This is not a dent in a larger asset base. SMEs, the working capital and the total assets are the same number. The stock burns, the loan does not burn with it. So just in one afternoon, the loss of the business itself means a loss of a livelihood for many families and many dependents of those people. What could have changed? What was needed in their setting? Fire extinguishers within reach, one worker trained to use them, a shared response arrangement. What it might have meant, fire confined into the garage where it started from, rather than spreading through the whole cluster. The cost of that equipment is a fraction of one trader's loss. The people, I know most of you have purchased PPE, you have fire extinguishers and hydrants and all that. But you can see if these traders came together and they said, let's put this in place, they would surely do it. But none of them thought of doing it, and that's how they all lost their property and the finances and the capital. We look at another case in Katwe Market, that's Machinday Division, 1 month after the Kavule incident. The fluctuating power beforehand, an electrical fault suspected. We don't know whether it was poor electrical wiring, we don't know whether it was the UED cell playing its games, we don't know whether it was a faulty machine, but they suspect that it could have come from electrical fault. The traders was dealing in food, household goods, electrical appliances, all these lost their property again. The 4 traders, of course, charcoal. If someone has a stock of 4 million, as an SME, they have a lot of stock. You cannot lose 4 million in a day, and you think that you will easily get back on your feet. Vegetables worth 600,000 were gone. These are Uganda shillings, gentlemen. The electricals, someone was selling stabilizers and cookers. These were bought on credit and not yet paid for. They still had to pay. It doesn't matter what has happened. Herbal medicine, 8 years of trading, 10 millions in lockup. This person only saved 3,000 shillings. Stock in hand, much of it unpaid, and there is no buffer anywhere. So we have to look at the compounding constraint. The narrow roads that kept the brigade out, the local traders, the local leaders and traders separately noted the narrow access roads into the markets, which made it difficult for the brigade teams to reach the blaze quickly. The same constraint has been raised in relation to other market fires in Kampala. We have had several of them, and the constraint is always the same. With Makerere Kavule, it was the cost of delayed response. The fire brigade arrived 45 minutes later. And in Katwe, much as the fire brigade came on time, they could not access where they were going. Now, I bring a contract case. This is a case from Kigali, and at the time of developing this paper, it was still an ongoing investigation. I don't think they've closed it out. But this is one building. This is an established, it's not an SME, but it is an established company. It's among Rwanda's leading food manufacturers. They are also in a shared space, it's one building with 3 different companies in it, different stores. And a fire started in the fertilizer warehouse. This is where the fire began from, and unfortunately it spread to the other sections of the building. Now, when we look at the 2 scenarios, the 2 Kampala scenarios and this one in Kigali, we have to look at what is lost. In Kampala, the micro-enterprise, it loses stock, equipment, the premises, and the whole working capital, no insurance, no reserve. However, in the Rwandan case, probably it's loss of continuity. Of course, the factory had to shut down. They had people who were supplying them milk, so they could not take up the milk supply. So the effect is cascades to many more. The suppliers of the products, the buyers, every other person is affected when the business is formalized. And then, of course, the shelf position and contracts at risk. These companies have contracts with different companies that they are going to supply them milk, different quantities, and when something like this happens, we see what is at risk. But again, you find that this formalized company has insurance, it has all these things in place, and within a month or so, insurance company will pay, and the business will get back on its feet and it will get back up running. So the difference is that one loses the stock, the capital, and the livelihood completely. The other actually has where to start from because they have insured and they have formalized whatever they are doing, whatever they are working on. And then the question, of course, is why include this Kigali incident in this paper? I wanted to compare, look at where the hazard came from, a separate occupancy and a separate control, but within the same structure. The prevention and insurance are complements. The police urged that the actual values of the assets could not be accessed. I got this paper online, and the exposure is also regional because we are looking, this is the East African Conference, and Kigali is one of those that, rather Rwanda is one of the countries in East Africa. So we have to look at the legal position. Like I said, this has been discussed in detail by all the people who have talked about this, so I don't have to run through it. But I want to look at a few sections. We have to look at section 23, where 2 or more employers work simultaneously at a workplace. They must collaborate to comply with the prescribed safety measures. And section 26, whoever controls the premises must provide safe means of access and exit and keep the premises free of risk to health. And then we have to look at fire preparedness. It has 4 provisions: suitable means of access, inflammable substances stored properly, adequate extinguishing equipment. OCHPAIA is responsible for the preparedness and response for any fire. And then the gap in enforcement, not just the drafting, neither Kampala cluster had extinguishing equipment readily available. And then we have a section that requires it. None of the shared premises had a fire response arrangement according to that section, and each trader was left wholly to depend on the brigade that was coming from outside and could not arrive on time. So enforcing what already exists would address most of the risk in these 3 cases. So we have to look at the repositioning. How do we now position OSHA as a productivity and resilience system other than a cost? We have to look at leadership commitment. The Vision Zero Golden Rule emphasizes this. The ISO 45001 emphasizes it, and our Occupational Health and Safety Act, CAP 231 as amended, also emphasizes leadership. And then the practices. We have affordable routines that can be chosen by the SMEs. And then we have the policy, where the growth agencies like Uganda Investment Authority and the Department of Occupational Health and Safety actually start treating OSH as part of the productivity and not as enforcement or something. So leadership without practices is a slogan. Practices without policy reach only this room. We shall discuss them, we shall talk about them, but as long as we don't go back to practice them, they will remain with us in our hearts. So let's look at leadership. So the OSH Act was amended, and I think they talked about them. And every worker in the near future, every workplace in the near future will have to have a licensed practitioner to conduct annual audits. Fortunately, under NEMA, the National Environment Audit Regulations of 2020 have a section on occupational health and safety. So when we are doing environment audits, we also look at OSH. It is very critical. It is one section that the National Environment Management Authority has paid keen attention to. So at the moment, for the formal sector, we are focusing on it as we do our environment audits. And then we have personal liability, where directors will be prosecuted alongside the firm for consent or neglect of the OSH obligations. And then the ISO 45001 and the Vision Zero, accountability sits at the top with management and not the safety officer. So what are some of the modest routines that can be chosen by an enterprise? We keep flammables away, maintain equipment, keep a legible accident register, because this accident register, we are all in practice. We know that we have to look at the trends and establish where things could be going wrong, and so that we improve, and where things could be going right and we still improve and maintain them. Keep the exits and doorways clear of stock, have wiring checked by a competent electrician, record who checked what and when. None of this requires capital, and I think that is the biggest challenge. We look at OSH as an expense, But when this is put in place, you realize that most of these things do not actually need a lot of capital to be implemented. And now as SMEs, we also have hope that we will grow and we go into formality and we start doing business with the government. The government of Uganda has done so much with the laws, the Public Procurement and Disposal of Assets, Section 61 expects all bidders to submit an environment and social management plan. Contractors committee may not approve if the procurement is lacking EHS. So we are here to understand how we can embed OSH in SMEs, but also that people who are in the formal sector, you need to understand that PPDA now requires every bid submitted to have a component on ESHS. And I think that is a good step in the right direction. I think we can give them a round of applause. And also, it is very stringent that an accounting officer may not sign the contract if this has not, if the ESHS has not been embedded in. And now we have to look at, because we are growing, we are now bidding for government work. Now we also want to export our goods outside. What do we require? Buyer due diligence. You know the second party audits under ISO. So the certification is built around the standard. So it is no longer about us, but if we intend to grow and do business with other people, some people will come to say, what are you exactly implementing? We would want to do business with you, but what is your standing like? And then sometimes you do this, you're already at the tail end of the business and they realize this person is not compliant, and then they cancel it out. And then for the OFAM's lesson, all the 7 SMEs were at the same level. Meaning if there was a clause that companies to be enrolled for this program, because it was a funding program that was looking at everything else and incorporated OSH in it, if there was a clause that for you to be eligible to apply for this, you should have OSH being implemented, the 7 would have been left out, or if 2 of them were actually implementing, the 5 would have been left out. So I don't think this is something that we should take lightly, because the funders are also watching. We should actually embed it in our systems so that we don't have an uneven ground in case a funding opportunity comes up. And in my conclusion, I have 4 recommendations. One is that growth institutions should build OSH, fire safety, and everything else they are doing into the SME programs. The practitioners should start framing training on continuity and asset protection. Sometimes we focus so much on productivity, how much milk are they producing, how much liquid soap have they packed. They forget that if a fire came out, if someone died in the premises, they would actually shut them down and they would not have any production going on. So I think we should now start framing OSH as a way to protect the business other than draining money out of it. And we have to look at the urban authorities, and I call upon the department to at least ensure that fire access routes and equipment in the trading clusters are available. And then the researchers in the room, the person who spoke before me, you are a big researcher. This is something that you can integrate, quantify OSH integration against the business survival. We can look at how many businesses have gone down because they neglected OSH, or how many are standing and doing well because they put OSH at the heart of it. Something for us to take away is that OSH is not what you pay the regulator. You know, we have the workplace registration, which is paid for. You go to the URA portal, pay some money, but the actual fact is that it is what stands between a spark and the end of your business. Thank you so much for listening to me. Have a great afternoon.
Thank you, Sheila, for that presentation. Please don't go. Come and sit with us here. You will come and sit with us here. We will have a discussion shortly. Now, we wish to invite all of us to this session. And as you heard, coffee comes from far, from our researcher, Ivan. We've been told that 70.3% of PPE is self-provided, and yet we enjoy coffee here during a coffee break. From our sister Sheila, we have seen that there is a lot that has got to be desired, and small and micro enterprises in terms of the hazards that they face. We have the risks that they face. In some situations, it is a matter of attitude. Somebody asking you, why do I have to invest in Eacosh? I am an SME. What do I get in return? There is the issue of leadership commitment and such. I want to invite our panelists to this session, and we are going to start right away with a few questions. Given the scenario we have in East Africa, we have policies, we have laws, and a legislative framework in all these countries, maybe except Somalia, that is relatively young. To our researcher, how can we come about with situations of having adequate legislative frameworks and Eacosh policies in our member states to bring down workplace risks, especially those that are inherent in SMEs? Ivan, maybe you can give us your view about that.
Yeah, in my opinion, one of the most challenging part about our law is how the law doesn't account for modernity. You find that, as I've showed with the data, 30%, the mean age of those working in the coffee processing factories, the mean age was 30 years. So what does that mean? That at least 50% are below 30 years. So it is the youth, and they are working in these processing factories seasonally. They're not there for long. They are there during the coffee season. They don't bother wearing PPEs. So the modernity of the law to include the gig economy. I know many youths in Uganda are in the gig economy, but really the law caters for those that are permanently, in quotes, employed. So that is really a big challenge, and I think if employers are empowered to cater for really the workers they employ, whether permanent or temporary or on contract, not caring about those that are going to stay for longer, I think that can be an improvement. But it needs a lot of monitoring, it needs a lot of regulation, it needs the policymakers as well. I think one area we are not doing well is really to quantify the economic consequences of these injuries. Yeah, if we had the data collected regularly, I think DHIS tries to capture some components of injuries, trauma, but it doesn't really bring out or break them down to work-related, whether this was obtained from work or it is from somewhere else. So if there was that component of really the breakdown, I think that would be a good advantage for us to calculate the economic burden. And then, because policymakers really want to hear how much are we losing? How much are we losing as a country due to injuries of workers, due to absenteeism, due to treating those injuries? So I think all those need to come out clearly and to inform policy. That's my view, really.
Thank you very much. It is a challenge to the policymakers, and we are very proud that we have policies and legislative frameworks. Uganda, Eacosh is there, NEMA and others. Kenya, there is OSHA, there is WIBA. Tanzania, there is OSH Authority, WCF, and all those. Why are we not in the forefront in terms of safety and health? What are the gaps that are inherent in our legislative frameworks and policies? Sheila, maybe you can comment about that.
Thank you so much. I think the gap is in the, like Ivan said, I think the gap is in the quantifying of the cost that is attributed to our business. Because whenever we present our budgets to our leadership, of course now that goes back to leadership commitment, they are only looking at the cost. Nobody will come to explain that actually when we put this and this and this is how much, they want to know how much are we saving at the end of the day. It's a business, it wants to save some money. How much are we saving? So I think the question should go to how can we have leadership empowered to appreciate the role of safety in ensuring the continuity and the productivity of the business. I think for me, if I'm to look at, for example, the construction sector in Uganda, the first line of trainings that I would conduct would be on project managers, engineers, and everyone who has HR, finance managers. Because they take the decision on how the funds should be released to have these safety initiatives implemented. So for me, I feel like the leadership has not really appreciated the role of safety in running and sustaining a business. And if we close the knowledge gap, especially on the leadership end, we shall have all these policies, all the good policies, the laws and acts, they will all be implemented. So for me, I would first close the knowledge gap on the leadership part of it. Thank you.
Leadership. My co-chairperson, what do you think?
Thank you very much. Maybe let me add a little bit on what Mr. Ivan presented, your research. And we didn't do a very formal research in Tohasa, but we did a very simple survey. And one of the factors that was emerging was the knowledge and attitude when it comes to the usage of PPE, which led us to have 2 campaigns which are currently ongoing. And on these campaigns, our target is first to provide awareness, training on the usage, but also why and how these PPE can support them. Because with Border, that's our first campaign that is ongoing. We have already done our phase 1. And among the questions or concerns that the Border were raising, they really were not able to see why they were supposed to wear things like reflectors for visibility, like why? And maybe why helmet if the traffic is not around? Or so you can see the gap there when it comes to the knowledge on the PPE, but also Mr. Ivan raised a concern on cost. That's why also this campaign in Tohasa, we're also trying to provide for them, because we understand they have to work, but also they get a small amount of money, which also needs to support their needs. When it comes now the burden of buying the PPE with the awareness that is ongoing to transform them, to understand the importance of these PPE, as Tohasa with other stakeholders, we added providing this PPE for them as a starting point when we continue with awareness. But also another point that I want to highlight, based on the presentation that researchers presented, but also in the morning, Mr. Alex shared, and now Sheila also highlight again on the leadership. One of the big challenges that we had during these 2 campaigns that Tohasa is running is gathering these informal sectors, people, gathering them. You may find some of the communities, they have their leadership, like the chairperson, the secretary, but some of others, they don't have. But also some others, they are changing. Like now they're trying to be artisans. The next day they're seeing maybe let me be casual labor on this, another type. So it's very hard to gather some of these people. So maybe during our discussion here, maybe another area that we can look at is these informal sectors when it comes to leadership. Because you may find me as me. Maybe I'm not attached in any group. I'm myself, Caroline. I'm doing maybe a border, or maybe I'm doing any other. Our other campaign is on the small miners. So maybe I'm not yet attached, or maybe I'm changing. This day I'm selling tomatoes. The other day I'm selling food. The other time I'm doing this and that. So I'm changing. So when it comes to leadership, how are we going to integrate this? Thanks.
Leadership is really a tricky part for SMEs. Yeah, because when you look at SMEs, who is the leader? The leader is really also someone who is really struggling within the economy to put away some small profits. So leadership for them, I think it would be good if they were funded to co-create and participate in designing safety practices. I think that's my take, but it's really a tricky one for the lead of SMEs because of their capacity and what they really need to take away at the end of the day. Because even okay, in Uganda we have PDM, it's parish development model, and that is a typical really kind of thing that the lead of an SME we are talking about. Someone who is going to use that 1 million to go and get wood. You don't really expect them to have expensive wiring covered. They are really going to try to connect a few wires here and there and then light up a bulb, and then they start booming their business. That's where a fire rises. Yeah, so I think they need really support. They really need support to really make it happen. That's my take.
And perhaps the approach with which the enforcers of policies and legislative infrastructure have towards the SMEs are something that we can learn from. And to you, Sheila, what is the approach in your country in terms of enforcement of the law on OSHA? And what can we learn from these other countries vis-a-vis their approach in your country?
That's a very tricky one. Oh yes, it's very tricky. But I think especially in the informal sector, I don't think there is any enforcement on that route, especially on the informal sector. But going forward, like they said, they amended the act and we are here discussing how we can bring SMEs on board. I believe that out of this discussion and the many more that are going to happen, we are going to see how the government and the Department of Occupational Health and Safety can actually bring the SMEs on board. And of course, the one place that we would start from, this is my recommendation, is Uganda Investment Authority. If you run on their website, they have over 400 SMEs registered. So that is a pool that has brought together people that can actually be started with. I don't think it would be improper to start with outliers, the people who are selling onions by the roadside, tomorrow they are not there. They are those ones which are a little bit established and they have come on board. I think we can start with those and then see how we can have the law translated to them. Because like I said, the fear, when you talk about OSH, the first thing when you ask them, do you have a workplace registration, they would think, URA has come for me, it has come for my business. Those are the worries that we have. So we need to break down the law into what it actually protects other than what is coming out of the business. We need to put it to them that this business is yours and we are protecting you and not what the government is going to take out of the business that you're running. And like I said, these platforms actually give us wider knowledge on how we can bring the people on board. If I go back to what Caroline said, the border borders have associations. They meet almost every week, they discuss, they call to order some of those that are rowdy. And the few outliers that don't fall in those groups can always be tackled. You see, when you have a larger group that is behaving well, if you have 100 people behaving well, 2-3 people, it will not be as visible. If I give an example of when Safe Border was introduced in Uganda, there was a lot of order. A little bit of accidents went down because people embraced the formal way of operating the business. So I think also one of the umbrella groups that we would leverage on is people who work like with Safe Border. They have a pool of people that if we took the message down to them, it would be more appreciated. So for me, I would think that if we could have many more discussions like this, and then the government goes back and thinks, and it sits with SHAO, and we see how do we take the message back down to the lower person, to the SME. I think that would be a good approach, instead of waiting for one person, to change, yet you have a pool that you can actually start with. I think for me that would be my take on it.
Thank you very much, Sheila. Maybe one last question to Ivan. As much as we could be having these laws and policies, and yet we have a lot to do in terms of occupational safety and health, especially in the SMEs. What are the major reforms that are very necessary in these laws so that we can be able now to achieve a higher percentage in terms of occupational safety and health, especially in the SMEs?
Thank you. For SMEs, I really think one other bullet that can really work is really the power of association. And if these people have like circles, money and circles is something you can't just leave and go away from it. So if they have circles, and I believe they are there in the community. So if they are in those circles, and then those circles are targeted for training, I believe if the leaders of the circles have been trained, I believe the regular meetings for SMS in their groups and gatherings can really create knowledge and then transfer it to the lower people, rather than using a bottom-up approach, really. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I want to open this session to the rest of us so that we can give our reflections, our comments, and maybe questions, so that we conclude this session for today. Welcome. We can have a roaming mic so that we have comments, questions, reflections from the rest of us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I want to give my input on the SMEs, and I want to reflect on the energy sector, for example. If you come to Kenya, every shop that sells the LPG cylinder is known by the regulator, because you have to register, you must have certification for you to sell the LPG cylinders. If you are selling these scrap metals in Kenya, you have to be registered, approved for you to be able to sell. Why can't we have a body in East Africa or in our countries that, number one, approves the, let me say, skilled laborers? You can be, there are those people who are schooled, like us who have gone to school, and there are those who have not gone to school, but they have skills that you don't have. It does not mean they're not stupid. They've got a skill. And therefore, in Kenya, they started a program called competence certifications or skills certification, whereby you go through a body called National Industrial Training Authority, that tests your capability or competence and gives you certification. So my question is, why can't we move in that direction? Once they're certified, they get a license for them to open a shop somewhere. If I am a masonry, for example, why can't I have my body that is registered with NCA, for example? In Kenya, we have got NCA. All people who work in the construction industry must have NCA license. If we go in that direction of owning, Rwanda's controlled the border guys. You see a border with 2 helmets. You cannot move without having helmet. Why can't we have it also? So my input is, we can do it deliberately if we decide to, by controlling the SMEs, by ensuring we register them and we give them the correct certifications through a registered body for them to know how many we have in the country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Leadership, leadership, leadership. Let's have another reflection. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Vincent Ogechi. I'm a government-approved OSHA advisor and fire auditor in Kenya, and I happen to have worked in Uganda as well. So my experience spans over 14 years or so, but mostly also in agriculture. So I just want to comment something on Ivan, the study he did on PPE and coffee farmers. So I'm a principal consultant at a company called Hakika. I'm now consulting. I consult in environment, health, and safety. So recently, I conducted compliance audits for cooperative coffee societies in Bungoma, in Kiambu, and Murang'a. Those were 15 of them. They were SMEs owned by farmers. So the scenario is a bit different in Kenya in that there have been changes to the coffee law. So right now you can only sell coffee or you can only process coffee. So there are really very hard challenges in terms of resourcing. So what we found, thanks to the Kenyan framework, as Mr. Okego would put it, they have approved us to assist them in making sure that compliance is in check. That is, the OSH Act is being followed. There are different aspects. Workplaces are registered. The health and safety audits are being carried, risk assessment, fire audits, the trainings. So in this particular scenario, we found that there was a buyer of the coffee from the cooperative societies. Because of the tight market demands, things like fair trade, things like rainforest alliance. So all those forced the buyer to onboard a consultant so that they can be able to do compliance for these cooperative societies. Some of the issues that we found were really, of course, these are people who can't even be able to pay their staff. But generally, equipment were old, SOPs were not there, the electrical, the noise, you can name them. There were access issues, but when PPE was another story we could not talk about. Environmental compliance, effluent, but generally what you can, apart from saying that PPE is the most resort, there are other controls, other engineering controls that we suggested when we were there. And some of them included access, continuous risk assessment. Of course, the trainings really helped, and the staff were receptive. You know, there's really much you can do, but training and enforcement would help, because the utmost calling for a safety professional is to bring the risk to as low as reasonably practical. So those are challenges we must accept that they are there. But then there are ways we can do awareness, training, just as postulated or recommended or suggested by the colleagues who have spoken before me. So I was very happy to participate in that, and I'm just hoping that when I go there next, the recommendations that we put across, and you find that because of the market demands, there could be more audits, more follow-up audits to see that the recommendations are being closed. Well, that's all I wanted to give a scenario of back there.
Thank you very much. It is something that we can borrow from the government of Kenya. Anybody else? Maybe we can have 3 reflections before we close down this session. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Protocol in order. I'm called Adele Mary from South Sudan. I worked with Nile Pet, but I came through our association, HSE/PA in South Sudan. I have 2 questions, but they are directly to anyone who is responsible to answer. For those people in front, anyone can just answer because I know all of you are experienced. The first question is, as climate change increases heat stress, infectious diseases, and other occupational health risks in East Africa, what practical measures shall employers and government prioritize to protect workers, particularly those who are working in high-risk areas? The second question, how is climate change changing occupational health risks for workers in East Africa? Thank you so much.
Thank you for your questions. Maybe we can take one more reflection from this lady here before we can answer the questions. This one here in front. Yes, thank you.
Thank you so much for the presentation and the reflection which are coming. I'm Nangela Msangi from Workers' Compensation Fund in Tanzania. First of all, these people from the informal sector, we call them names, and maybe funny names. The boda, the jua kali. In Tanzania, those in mining, we call them nyoka, the snakes, because they are going the underground mining. We call them funny names, somehow discriminatory, I don't know. But we have to think because the problem maybe starts from there. But just to share an example from Tanzania, Workers' Compensation Fund in Tanzania, we were saving, for 10 years down the line, we were saving the formal sector. And after 10 years, now we are going for another 10 years. We are including the informal sector in the Workers' Compensation Fund. In 2 weeks, 2 weeks ago, we had our first actuarial assessment to assess how feasible is it to take the informal sector in, because we know how they operate. They have flexible incomes and things like that. How to service them. They keep changing sometimes and a lot of things like that. So we have agreed. We had several options come from the actuarists. One of the best options, maybe we are going for it, is at least taking 4 groups of informal practices from the border, because we have those organizations, as my sister said there. And we have the artisans, they have the association. We have the fisheries along the coast and along the Lake Victoria. And we will also serve those we call Baba and Mama Ntilie. They are they are cooking and serving food around the large cities. So those 4 groups, we are going to include them, but they're going to have the separate scheme. Maybe my urge for those who are in the government, how to support these kind of groups because of the challenge the other presenters just said, the other commenter has just said, issues of resources, accessibility to the service, issues of compliance being a burden to them, how to support them. See the small shop doing the same risk assessment as the manufacturing or the other big manufacturing industry. How to support the small shop to have the comprehensive safety and health which is fit for them and they comply in that sense. We have to support them. And sometimes we do those kind of initiatives for free to let them participate and have the knowledge and awareness and give them the PP, maybe making follow-up, visiting them sometimes for free so that they can. So my urge is for us in government that we cannot even just saying, let's take into action to support those people at the informal, let them comply, let them come on board, let them feel welcomed to the framework of OSH and the other social protection framework. Thanks for listening. Thank you.
Mike seems to have stopped for a while. Thank you very much for your comments. I should like to point out that our sister from Sudan, the next session we are supposed to have is supposed to address issues to do with climate change, risk assurance, and ECG. So we will appreciate that and recommend that that question is answered during that session. The rest were reflections and comments which we are taking down and taking note of so that it forms part of our report. Thank you very much. I think we have exhausted our reflections. Let's have a round of applause to the panelists. Back to you, MC. So we wish to thank our honorable guest of honor for being with us through this session, and we really appreciate that he was not tired, he was listening. The first issues were issues to do with leadership, and he was listening. So we really appreciate that he has been with us throughout and had our ventilations, our comments, and these are being taken quite seriously. Thank you very much. MC, back to you.
Thank you very much for our wonderful speakers. And in fact, that session actually was a solution mode. Remember, research gives you the gaps, and then now you shift to what we are saying is, for a long time, we have taken informal sector as government people, right? They are government citizens, right? Yes. But what it is coming out is, it is our problem to all of us, right? Right. So I think the call to action is, as we are working close with the government, we also need to be proactive. We have seen and heard about case use, where you as the professional, your input is much required, and also the awareness component when it comes to informal sector, and also to encourage the researchers. I think in the morning you talked about investment in OSH is an investment, not a cost, right? And encourage the research to be done in terms of what is the return on investment, what is the cost effectiveness. Let's understand from the numbers point of view. So without further ado, I want the wonderful panelists to stand and take a photo. And as they are taking it, in terms of chronology of events, we will have our commissioner, Madam Eve, come and invite our chief guest, who has been very gracious with his time. He has listened to the science. Thank you.
I'm requesting for permission to speak from here. Ladies and gentlemen, we appreciate the session that we have just concluded. We thank you very much. At this juncture, we really appreciate Honorable Tumukunde for giving us the time that he has given us. We are requesting that we give him a round of applause. And as we welcome him, he will be stepping out of the room at this point, but he will say a word or two to us, and then we will continue as guided by the MCs after Honorable has left the room. I thank you so much, Honorable. You're welcome to say a few words to us before you leave.
So distinguished participants, first of all, I took time to listen. I am very impressed that we are quite at frequency, and I was lucky to share your experiences. So our times are very, very embattled. You allow me to leave, and I want to wish you great deliberations until we are able to maybe connect tomorrow when we are closing, or if I get somebody who will help you close, to be very good. Once again, I thank the sponsors, and I thank the enthusiasm with which I see you discussing. Let me now leave you to the commissioner, and of course to our senior person from Kenya. Inshallah.
Thank you very much. You've been seated for too long. We have only one last session. However, I don't want you to go to that session with those faces. So please, ladies and gentlemen, leave your gadgets. I can see them. Have you heard that sitting is the new smoking? Have you? Have you? How would it feel to stand for 15 minutes? By show of hands, who is up to it? 15 minutes standing? $15 minutes standing? Yes, ladies and gentlemen, let's fast stretch. Thank you very much. Please, if you want to sit, take a seat. If you want to stand, please stretch a bit. This is not very restricted session. However, allow me to come to the podium because the person I'm about to invite, I am not worthy to untie his shoes. Our one and only, Joseph. I can't see him as I introduce him. Mr. Joseph. Thank you very much. And we will do this differently. I will stand with him here. As you're giving him standing ovation, allow him first to tell us about himself, because we want to hear his profile from himself, right?
I would love that you do it.
So, all the tables you have programs. Very beautifully done programs. And today we have managed to follow that program all through. And the person who has been behind those programs is one and only Mr. Joseph. I know that one he wouldn't have said, allow us to give him his flowers before he does his presentation. However, his presentation will be on the rise and distress of Spirit Airlines, and environmental, social, and governance. And I think we had already started touching about it, and it will be perspective for policy and corporate governance leaders. And I think we have already started the topic, and what better way to wrap the day than Joseph inviting us to the discussion about it. Thank you, and please clap for Joseph.
Thank you very much, Lucy. I would like to invite you to take your seats. And I appreciate that we have really had a very long day. And so I am not going to take much of your time. And this being the last session of the day, I'll be very quick. Ladies and gentlemen, I am discussing about a matter that is very core and actually that provides a foundation for what we are talking about. And that is governance, corporate governance, environment and social governance, and how it relates to the subject that we are talking about today. Okay, briefly, that was my presentation outline. I will not go in details, but in the interest of time, I am discussing about Spirit Airline and drawing lessons that we can learn from, especially on how failure in governance can result into collapse. And Spirit Airlines was a very prominent airline in the US that had established itself as a low-cost airline. And due to that model, they were progressing at a high speed. They were growing at a high speed. Unfortunately, it collapsed. And I want to draw lessons with you why it collapsed. The case shifts from the attention of short-term efficiency. We've been talking about informal sector, formal sector. I believe all of you have companies you're working with, and the talk of the day is usually performance, efficiency, productivity. And there is a tendency of employers and entities focusing on short-term efficiency, productivity, and forget the long-term resilience of an entity. This case study illustrates how a once prosperous entity goes down the drain. And I'll be showing you a few of the lessons. Spirit Airline, like I mentioned, had established itself as a low-cost airline. Everybody was using it because it was cheap. It was flexible. It used to do inland travels. It was not doing much of the international travels. They would do a lot of inland. They were very flexible. They had very flexible flights, very flexible planes. But what happened? What drove the distress started during the pandemic, COVID. As you very much know, there was a ban on travel, and this affected their operations. Most of the flights were not happening. And so disruptions in the supply chain, labor shortages, of course people had to go back home, and with the volatility in prices of fuel, maintenance issues, ever increasing environmental obligations like climate change issues, issues to do with greenhouse gas emissions reductions and the like. All this coupled together with the inappropriate financial management of the institution resulted into the distress. And analytically, I would like you to appreciate that corporate governance provides strategic direction, accountability, and oversight. It deals with issues of stakeholder management, and these are some of the flaws that Spirit Airline had to battle with. And actually, integration of sustainability, environmental sustainability, social responsibility, and ethical governance in decision making is very key. Now, as you listen to me, I want you to ask yourself, how are our entities governed? Ethically, sustainability-wise? What is our social responsibility as the entity where we're coming from? So, organizational resilience is the outcome, and any entity's ability to anticipate, adapt, and recover from disruption is how best you're going to be measured. Your strength is in the ability to withstand shock. And so when stress came, when shocks came, unfortunately, Spirit Airlines did not survive. So my message to you today as you listen to me or as you attend this conference, ask yourself, our entities, how best are we able to withstand the shocks that are going to come? Shocks in terms of your social well-being or social welfare of your entity, your OSH responsibility, your environmental responsibility. When those risks come, like climate change and others, how able are you, how strong are you to withstand those shocks? So, climate change, as you all know, affected Spirit Airlines in that, of course, they had to reduce their emissions. The US, before Trump, in the Biden administration, made commitments on climate change. As you know, when Trump came, he rescinded on the commitments. So these commitments that Joe Biden had made a toll on Spirit Airlines. So they had to cut their emissions, they had to improve on how they operate, and they had to adapt to the risks. Extreme events of weather, flooding, and the like. So in the process of trying to adapt to these changes in regulatory frameworks around climate change, around emissions, Spirit Airlines, and in terms of board governance, in terms of corporate governance, they failed to quickly adapt to these changes. So environmental sustainability, and like I said, how best you can quickly change, how best you can quickly adapt to the changes, therefore affects your continuity, how best you are able to continue. How you protect your workforce has a bearing on how motivated they're going to be. How best you compete and improve your efficiency to compete in the market, your market ethics, your business ethics. We've been talking about business, how able you are, your ability to be ethical and do your business amidst stress, amidst challenges, amidst risk will give you an edge. So what is the lesson? Adaptation is very critical, and this has to, look into aspects of safety, aspects of risk management, and emergency preparedness. When we talk about ESG, the S is all about welfare, human capital, the people, and I have tried to give an interplay with how OSH interrelates. So aviation is highly, dependent on efficiency, competence, and how you manage your customers. All of you who have been to the airport, who have used air transport, you can attest to this, how the hostesses really attend to you, how basically the customer care. So when stress comes into an entity, it has a way into it rubs into how you care for your customers. So the question to you who is listening to me is, how do you take care of your customers? How do you take care of your stakeholders? So the Spirit Airlines, because of the distress, it rubbed onto the workers, and so the workers were not smiling. You cannot afford to smile to a customer when your boss shouted at you, for example. When your boss says, "Shut up," and you're going to serve food with a smile, how can you do that? So post-pandemic, when COVID hit, issues of labor shortages came up. There were issues of reducing the workforce reduction, and that had an impact on the workload, and then fatigue, and then psychosocial issues. How you manage all this in your entity has a bearing on how best you will survive the shocks that come over you. So there were fewer flights, and remember, this being an airline built on low-cost model, fewer flights means fewer income, and that had a bearing on the profitability of the airline. So OSH and fatigue and risk management and psychosocial support are all interlinked. So OSH is a strategic investment. In the previous session, Sheila was trying to explain how we should look at OSH as an investment. Actually, I was telling my colleagues that in the informal sector, you are the first capital. You who is doing business, you are the first capital. So your well-being is the first investment, and that is very critical. So as I conclude, I want to touch the governance issue. When Spirit Airlines was hit with these shocks, they tried to negotiate a merger with JetBlue Airlines. So JetBlue is one of the airlines in the US, and they tried to come together with Spirit and to try to overcome the shocks. And mismanagement happened on this merger, the way this merger was packaged. And so when Trump came to leadership, he realized that the Joe Biden administration had mismanaged the merger. And that goes into how boards negotiate decisions. Some of you sit on boards. How do you make decisions at the board? Are these decisions selfish, self-centered, or they are decisions meant to, propel the entity higher? So the board lacked dynamism to respond to the changing trends. The climate regulation was changing, COVID had come, but the inability to adapt and keep changing was a board failure. So board should oversee enterprise risk, organization resilience, safety culture, and long-term sustainability. I liked when somebody said safety is top-down. So if the board is not aligned, then you can't get results down. So the key governance challenge is avoiding excessive focus on short-term efficiency. And that's what most of the people look at, business profitability versus institutional strengthening versus sustainability. As I conclude, I have already explained this. What are the implications for East Africa? You may be there thinking, why is this person telling us stories in the US? This even applies to us. And these are some of the lessons that we can cascade to our area, East Africa. We need to strengthen ESG governance and disclosures, particularly all players, whether you're in transport, whether you're in oil and gas. Disclosure is critical. Many people fear to disclose because how will they see me? But the moment you cover a wound, it will not heal. But open it up, disclose it to doctor and he will treat it. So disclosures are good. Integrate OSH in reporting, embed climate risk assessment, safeguards, emergency preparedness, worker protection, improve coordination, build board and executive capacity. And I know most of you here sit on boards, you sit on management. The decisions are made in the suits, in the boardrooms. How are you empowered to make the right decisions? My last slide, I don't know why it is not, it is insensitive. All right, my last slide is calling us to action. And I would like to say that aggressive growth, the pursuit for aggressive growth, and this is in terms of business growth. Most entities want to grow in terms of business. So excessive desire to grow as an entity should never compromise your financial integrity, your resilience, and operational awareness to the operational aspects of your entity. 2, ESG and OSH should not be looked at as a compliance aspect, but they should be looked at as a way of life. They should be part of the business. We put on PPE not because we fear to be penalized, but we put it on because it's our way of life. So Spirit Airlines experience demonstrates that it's not just financial and corporate governance failures per se that cause its distress, but actually the collapse was in rather failure to institutionalize sustainability and corporate governance. So, are we optimizing today's performance or building the organization that can withstand tomorrow's shocks? That is my message to you. In your company, are you building that company for today's performance? How do they look at me? How do I look? Or you're building it for sustainability, to withstand tomorrow's shocks? Thank you very much for listening to me, and may God bless you. My paper is in your magazine, and you can read the details in the magazine and see a lot that I have been talking about. Thank you very much. If there are any few questions, I'll gladly take them.
Thank you very much. I think the call to action is creating systems that are future-proofed, right? Ladies and gentlemen, allow us to clap for Joseph. I think that was very wonderful conversations, especially from a governance and leadership point of view. So thank you very much, Joseph. Indeed, you've pointed them to the magazine. Please take time to go through the article in details. Joseph will be available tomorrow for that conversation. And as promised, that was our last session. However, I have noted everyone has been seated down. But when we go outside, a number of times Uganda is known for something, Somali is known for something, Kenya is known for something. But I haven't seen us stand and do something. So I would request the media team to put on something that will force us. If you have 2 left feet, it is fine. If you want to use your hands, it is fine. But we must do something. We can't wrap the day without a dance. So as he's putting that one up, one of the conversations and announcement I want to make is, if you haven't registered your presence, there's a link that is available. Please ensure that you register. In the room, we are more than 100. However, we are still pending in terms of registrations. We want to capture your details and we want to capture your presence. Number 2 is in regards to visiting the exhibitor's booth. If the minister can visit the booth, you guys, all of us need to interact with those booths. They have been a very wonderful session around the conversations going on in the exhibition booth, and we want to honor them so that even next year they'll also show up. And thank you very much for everyone, including the sponsors who are acknowledged in the morning. We don't take it for granted that you took your resources and kindness to ensure that we are all seated here. So after this dance, we will have a cup of coffee, a cup of tea, depending with what your body needs, and also some water on top of your table if that is what you deal with. And it will be at where we had the breakfast served in the morning. So please, the media team. Yes, all of us stand. We said that. Wake up. No, you can't dance when you're seated. Give me the comfort. appreciate the Ministry of Labor from Kenya, DOSH team. We want to appreciate WASPAC members. We want to appreciate TOHASA members. We want to appreciate Somalia. We want to appreciate South Sudan as they join us. We want to appreciate our brothers from Eswatini. We want to appreciate our excellent media team. And now it is my great honor to appreciate everyone who has been the speaker of the day. They have carried the day with grace. Appreciation to all our speakers. And last but not least, we want to thank God for a beautiful day. We have not had an incident, right? No one has reported food poisoning. All of you look like you're okay. I know how food poisoning looks like. It doesn't give you a chance. So we thank everyone who has done that. And we also want to appreciate the hotel. I think they've been very gracious. You saw how the queue moved very fast during the lunchtime. You guys, you didn't queue. A number of you are getting concerned. The queues were very long. But the hotel has been very gracious. In case they are not in the room, we appreciate them in absentia. And we want also to appreciate the MC of the day. So, ladies and gentlemen, please feel welcome for a cup of tea. When you get back to your abodes, please remember tomorrow we are starting on time. Today we were a bit late to start, simply because we were giving everyone time to register. However, tomorrow we will start on time as per the program. Okay? Please, wherever you are coming from, start your journey early. Thank you very much and have a lovely evening. When you explore Kampala, you heard the ministry say that Kampala is beautiful at night. Please don't indulge, remember tomorrow. Thank you. We were requesting that different countries have not taken good
will be your first step in. Before the window opens, get ready. Visit the KIP Investor Portal at kip.unoc.com and download your free Expression of Interest Investor Guide with everything you need to prepare in one place. Your company documentation, your project details, your track record, your commitment to Uganda, all laid out step by step. Have a question before you begin? Reach our investor relations team at support.kip@unoc.com for any support. Invest in KIP, invest in Uganda. Kabalega Petro-based Industrial Park, a project by the Uganda National Oil Company, UNOC.
Over the years, we have created unforgettable moments of glitz, glamour, and professionalism. We have ignited change, birthed game-changing solutions, and celebrated excellence in health, safety, sustainability, and environmental landscape. And now, AfriSave is back, bigger than ever.
In a world where progress and infrastructure development is constant, there is a need to strike a balance to adhere to the principles of sustainable development. Geotropic Consults is an environment and social safeguards practice incorporated in Uganda since 2014. And it's our core mandate to ensure that as we execute services for our clients, we ensure that the people who work for us and with us, the communities within which we operate, and the environment are safeguarded.
We operate in 5 major core areas, and first core area is environmental management, and that's where we do impact assessments, that's where we do audits, that's where we do social baselines. The other core area that we operate in is in terms of planning and policy, and that's where we do feasibility studies and baselines and ensuring that we characterize the environment and the receptors are really taken care of in terms of ensuring that we have appropriate mitigation measures, and the third area that we work in is health and safety. A health environment and a secure environment, both for people, but then also the people that at the workplace is very, very critical. And we support our clientele to ensure that health and safety is at the heart of everything that we do. We do also support our clientele in terms of ensuring ISO training and preparing the requisite plans and policies and procedures and documentation for our clientele to be able to secure certification, for example, health and safety, environment management, and quality standards. Last but not least, we are into policy, research, and advocacy. We do a lot of research in terms of agriculture, in terms of education, extension to inform intervention, to inform change, to inform policy. That's also an area that we have worked with our clientele, both national and international level. Importantly, we draw on a critical mass of researchers and associates, both within Geotropic, but also in academia, both at national level, but also at national level, to be able to tailor and come up with appropriate solutions and products and services to our clientele.
We are also members of the UN Global Compact, where we espouse the principles of sustainability. We have been able to offer services in the entire energy sector. Talk about generation, transmission, and distribution. We've been able to offer services in that subsector, and more recently, we've been involved and are continuing to get involved in activities in the oil and gas space in Uganda. Geotropic Consults calls upon you to continue working with us for a sustainable future.